Holy crap. Holy crap, holy crap, holy crap. So many frickin' updates just before we even went live here. So many frickin' updates. Some of the craziest stuff I've never heard this before in my life. Let me turn these comments on the screen. What's up, everybody? So many updates today to go through with you. I'm sure most of you have heard of them. I don't know if you've heard these yet, though. Sheriff Nanos blocks a piece of key evidence from the FBI. There was a glove that was found inside the home. They are attempting in the process of blocking that evidence from the FBI. What the hell? I've never heard of that. And you know what? It kind of makes sense because we've been talking this whole time about why haven't there been any ground grid searches? Kind of makes sense now, right? How come the Nest camera couldn't be obtained until the FBI went to go get it? Wow, that kind of makes sense too, doesn't it? Those things kind of go together. What the hell is going on with this guy right here? What the hell is going on with this guy right here? This is the gentleman that is blocking key evidence from the FBI. And this is wild. Please, listen, if you see me just blank out and all of a sudden the live feed is like no longer exists, you know why? Because I'm speaking the damn truth again. It already happened within the last year and a half. I've been shut down like 5 times. Telling the truth. And I'm gonna tell the damn truth. Yeah. This guy right here. A glove was found inside the house. And you know what they did? The FBI wanted to test the glove, ladies and gentlemen. The FBI, the people that are doing the damn work there and have been the only people that have been doing the damn work over there. FBI wanted to test the glove that was found inside the house. And you know what this person did? No, we're going to send it to a private lab. You're not going to use the most sophisticated technology that our government has at its disposal to find this person? Or, I mean, come on, glove inside the home. Yes, there was medical stuff going on, medical equipment in there. We understand that. We know that. But still, the person that was walking up, messing with the ring cam, we're going to break down that video in a little while. That's if, I don't know, we'll see, because there's updates coming out like crazy. But they were wearing gloves too. They were wearing gloves as well. You just don't know. Listen, when I was talking about the glove last night, let me be clear. When my browser lost connection with my camera. Okay. That's interesting. Okay, what do I do? StreamYard is okay. I think I have to back out and come back in. I apologize, you guys. Blame StreamYard, not me. I'll be right back. This is ridiculous. Okay, we're back. I think we're back. It's so distracting. All these bugs. I don't even remember. This is so messed up. I'm so tired of it. Every show, there's always something with this program, and there's nothing else. So, what are you gonna do? Um, yeah, when it comes to this glove, okay, found inside the home. Found inside the home. FBI wanted to test it. No, you're not gonna get your hands on it. We're gonna send it to a private lab. Exactly. This is crazy. I've never heard of this before in my life. Never. Never. Ever. Good evening. Thank you for hopping in, everybody. I'm going to say what's up. We do have JLR's live feed in the background. I also have some other videos I want to go through with you guys. There's been a new description that was put out about 4 or 5 hours ago. 5'9" to 5'10", medium build. Now they're discussing this backpack, okay? We're gonna be breaking down I told you last night, I got some different zooms for you guys. We're gonna be breaking down, was there a second abductor? We're gonna break that down, but also now that the FBI has released the backpack, the specific backpack, we're gonna take a look at that as well. Also, we're gonna dig into the other video that we showed last night of the person that was walking along the fence. Now, there's a very interesting picture I'm going to show you all because, I don't know. The backpacks, I don't know. I still want to dig into the backpacks tonight with you guys. I want to see what you guys think in real time. But with the reflective stuff, I don't know. I'm not 100% on this backpack. We'll go through that when I break it down. But there's a possible getaway car that they're looking for. We'll go through that. I'm just trying to go through the FBI reward's been raised to 100,000 from 50,000. Savannah Guthrie put out a new Instagram post. What else is there? They had the 10 out there this morning for a little while. We're going to be showing the video of the person that was apprehended. We're definitely going to be going into the LE mishaps, but we're going to be doing that tomorrow night with Rosie. So make sure you come back tomorrow night at 9:30 p.m. Central for that. We'll be digging into the LE mishaps and whatever updates obviously will come out. Let me see what else here. We got the video zooms. Let me see here. Glove recovered inside the house. Potential getaway car. So yeah, we're gonna go through all that plus the photo of the bag, but we'll be going through that stuff when we dig into the video stuff. So first, I wanna get into these updates here, especially this getaway car, because I haven't heard exactly what kind of car it is, but as long, if this information can get out there as soon as possible, especially with the getaway car, they are on the trail. I don't know. I don't know what to think. I've never heard of a sheriff blocking evidence from the FBI that the FBI wanted to test. I've never heard of that. I've never heard of it. It's so suspicious. But then again, the no searches, the no trying to get the frickin' Nest video when it was easily obtainable, they just never even tried. You know, you saw the pizza delivery guy going up to the door today on JLR's stream. There's been 2 people within the last hour and a half that have been able to walk up to the frickin' front of the house. No problem. It's just it doesn't make sense. And meanwhile, Miss Nancy Guthrie is waiting for some proper help. Thank God the FBI's there. That's all I can say, because if it wasn't for them, who knows what would be going on, you know? I don't know. It doesn't make sense to me why the sheriff would do that. Now, maybe we've seen everything. We've seen the no searches. For 12 days, we've seen the no searches, right? We've seen all the fumbaloos from the sheriff's department over there in Pima, right? Just as much as they fumbled outside, brought it up the last couple nights, just as much as they fumbled outside, I can imagine how much they fumbled inside. Maybe that is why they're trying to deflect and dodge and all of this other stuff, because they don't want the truth to come out. They don't want the truth that they botched this whole thing from the very beginning. I mean, it's very obvious to everybody. I don't know. Type a 1 in chat if you agree that they fumbled this investigation. Type a 2 in chat if you think that they've done a stellar job. I'm not going to criticize anybody. I know what I think, and I've been saying it, even if I show somebody's picture. What's up, Jill? What's up, Mary? What's up, Busby? Lisa? Yes, I know. Isn't that crazy? Isn't that the weirdest stuff you ever heard? You know, and I put out this, you know, I talked about it last night. I put out a little short about, you know, Nancy. Listen, I kind of went through it, like how bad this abduction was. It's not even rookie level. And I'm afraid of what happened. We discussed the blood. We broke down the blood last night, Rosie and I. It just, the combination wasn't looking good, you know? A lazy, unprepared criminal mixed with an older lady that's on medications, needs medical equipment, and there's a bunch of clotted type blood on the front sidewalk. It's just not a good combination. And that combination, really, when you're talking about this many days later, that combination, you're talking single-digit percentile of survival. And to think that all of this stuff is going on while Miss Nancy could be laying out there next to some bushes in the cold while people are just not even trying. Except for the FBI. I gotta say that. I gotta say shout out to the FBI, because they're the only ones that have been doing the work. But I'm saying the others. What a shame. What a shame. You know, just think. She's somewhere. It's not like she just, poof, disappeared. Miss Nancy Guthrie is out there somewhere. And that somewhere, wherever she is, whether she's alive or has passed, she's somewhere. And wherever she is, this is the kind of effort that she is getting in return for doing nothing wrong. And these people are supposed to do what they're supposed to do. It's sad. It's very sad. It really pisses me off. It really does. Thank you, Caddy. Thank you, Caddy, for the 18. Sorry, I got JLR's feed up. I'm just waiting to see if there's anything going on. We're going to go through some of these other videos as well, and then we'll check out there live on the scene, and then we'll get through some of this other stuff tonight. Yvonne, how are you doing tonight? Thank you for hopping in. Yeah, the saxophone. It never gets old. It doesn't. It's wild. Yes, they raised the reward to 100K. It is. It's botched like crazy because the Slacker Sheriff Office wants. Yeah, that could be too. But what are they solving? You know what I'm saying? Like, we're looking at the investigation. We're looking at the investigation and we're going, no grid ground. I mean, come on. No grid ground searches since day 1 and we're on day 12. You know, what if her body is literally like a mile away from the house in some bushes and has been there for a week and a half? Because nobody wanted to do any ground searches. I'm telling you, you see the blood in front of the house. Whew. She's on blood thinners, medical equipment needed, medication. I mean, they took the stuff with them. That was interesting. They took the stuff with them, the medicine and the medical equipment. But still, who says that they... when you're talking about the blood on the front of the house sidewalk, I don't think they're a medical professional, this kidnapper. Okay? Thank you so much for the kind words, Jeremy. Trust me, that's what getting shut down that many times in a year period is really what really contributed to that mental break that I needed for 6 months. So I apologize I was gone for 6 months, but really a lot of it was contributed to being shut down so many times when I'm just trying to speak the truth and do the right thing, and I'm getting hit with shit that doesn't even make sense for what I'm even talking about. But, you know, I'm not the one in charge, so what can I do? You can only appeal. Lots to get messed up. Yeah. Things that make you go, Yes, it's a Ozark Trail backpack. I don't know. We're going to get into the I'm going to break down that video. I got Zooms ready for you. And I'm going to let you know. Because, you know, just like any of these other cases, when I break down video, I'm seeing shit. It's just like the last one we were talking about when I was streaming 6 months ago, Austin Drummond found the co-partner that was out there with him in the camera. The little signals that were being made. So I'm gonna let you know. I'm gonna let you know if I see, because I've watched it. I haven't watched the Zooms, but I've watched the main one, and I'm not gonna lie. There is a certain spot where I'm like, maybe there was a certain, a certain something. But I'll be digging into the Zooms tonight, live with you guys, and that's how I prefer to do it anyway. All right, so let me see here. We'll go ahead and get through the hellos, the rest of them. Thank you all for being here. Please hit the like and subscribe if you're not. It'll really help, especially because we're not really in the algorithm anymore because we've been MIA for 6 months. So thanks again to the YT for that as well. But we're here, we're back, and we're gonna keep pushing. We're going to keep pushing. It is really sad. Good evening as well. It is really sad. Busby 11111111111 infinite 1 1. What's up, program Pat? 1 1 1. Yeah, it's sad, isn't it? By the way, YouTube has been buggy as well. It just defaults to top chat, even though I switch it to live chat, newest even. But for some reason, it just, even when I go into my own stream, I even have to click the setting button and go from top chat to live chat. It drives me nuts. I mean, who would want top chat anyway? I mean, You know, if chat's flying that fast, you just put a timer on it. You know, you want to be able to see what everybody's saying. We don't even know if she actually that too, that as well, because isn't it weird? Like, you know, she gets an Uber there, but then not back, and also, you know, we first heard in the beginning that she went, you know, they went to church and then they dropped her off after church. And it's like, so maybe, you know, the thing was is she would go over there and they would sit in their house and do the church thing. I don't know why they just wouldn't come to her house. You know what I mean? She's got a beautiful house. I don't know why they just wouldn't come to her house. Or in a freezer. I mean, something. What's up, Miss Coffee Bean 72 or something? I'm just saying, you know, because before that video came out, you know, I was like, man, this is professional. Bitcoin, freaking, they have no idea, you know, where the IP is. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, then you see the connections with Epstein and Clinton, all the stuff that was coming out with Epstein and Clinton right before the abduction. I mean, it was crazy suspicious, you know. And to me, it just seemed professional. And then when that video came out, I was shocked. I was like, damn, who would even want somebody that enters a property on their crew that approaches it like that? Like, that's not even, that's like day one of training or something. Not even, because you didn't even do it right showing up to the damn house. Like, you fumbled it from the very beginning. Even taking the camera, like everybody knows, like that's stupid. So then I seen that and I'm like, oh wow, this is not professional. I started to go from professional to random. It was a random. They just walked into the house and it was a random. They didn't even know who lived there. You know, just like that other video that's being compared, you know, there's an interesting logo on the jacket I'm going to show you guys, and it's on both coats. It's on both. But kind of like, you know, they were kind of peeping around trying to, you know, go over a fence, you know, trying to peep around, look around and stuff. And so that's kind of what it, you know, that's kind of how I feel that this person is. Oh, so see, I think it was kind of random. That's interesting that you think that they know her pretty well. Now, why do you think they know them pretty well? Because, you know, I kind of was like exploring that myself too, but I don't know. After I seen that video, I was just like, dang, this was so rookie. So rookie. All right. Let me we're gonna go to this potential getaway car, then the $100,000 update, and then also the FBI gives a description of the suspect, the new description, and also um, they show the photos of the backpack. After we look at those, then we're going to dig into some of the zooms that I did, because we're going to look at the backpack. We're also going to um, check out the zooms, see if there's a second abductor. And then after that, we're going to check out the other video of the guy creeping around on the fence again, and then kind of show you some pictures of that as well. Before we do all that, I'm going to show you that tweet from Brian Enton. Okay, check this out. Hold on, let me share it with you guys. See if it'll let me do it here. All right, check this out. Right here. The oh, here, let me try and go full screen there. Right here, the Pima County Sheriff is blocking FBI from assessing key evidence in the Nancy Guthrie investigation, hampering the Bureau's ability to assist in the case. An FBI official tells News Nation and Libby Dean. And this is damn straight. I would go protest at the sheriff's office too. What's up, Hanging with Heather? How are you doing? I just agree with Banfield. Oh, so you think it's you think it's the son-in-law, Mary? I know some people think it's the bandmate, some people think it's the son-in-law. Oh, thank you so much. I appreciate that. Thank you for the kind words. Yeah, it's been a long time, huh? But we're back. We're back. Yeah. It's I don't know, it's right here. Right before I went live, literally. It was like 15 minutes before I went live. I seen this and I was like, "Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me?" When have I and I sat there in shock cuz I'm just like I was trying to think of any of these other cases that we've ever covered or worked on, and I'm like, I don't, we've heard of medical examiners being, we've seen medical examiner documents being shady, putting down stuff that cops want them to put down, it's been proven. It's been proven. It's worldwide attention. This case is, and this sheriff is like, no, you can't have that. We're going to get it tested on our own. Like, why? It's not about Nancy. It's about you. Because it's all a team effort. It's all a team effort. I mean, come on. Who wouldn't want to be able to use like the technology that we don't even know about? They can literally use and just say, "Here you go. Here's a piece of paper with a name on it," right? I mean, they've already done it in Idaho 4. We're not going to tell you how we did it, and we're not going to show our work, but here's the piece of paper with the name on it. They've had cases where FBI was like, "Sorry, we can't supply the method on how we acquired, this evidence. We can't." It's crazy. And you're going to just send it to a private lab, and then it's going to get, I don't know. I don't even, how can you even have faith that it wasn't contaminated? Really? Like this crime scene's been contaminated multiple times already. How many times has it been opened up, shut down, opened up, shut down? It's horrible. This poor lady. It makes me wonder if we're ever going to find, I mean, listen, the FBI, they are amazing. They do great work, and they can do stuff, like quick, but at the same time, they can only go as far as the evidence takes them. And when it comes to the evidence, they can only go with what's there. And if local law enforcement is fumbling this investigation, the FBI can have all the tools at their disposal, but you need the evidence to be able to use those tools. And if the evidence is contaminated, if the evidence doesn't exist because of whatever happened, there's only so much they can do. And it makes me wonder if there's a possibility that we may never know. We may never know. Her mom may never come home. And she may sit there and wonder the rest of her life where her mom is. That's horrible to think about. All because of this stuff going on. Isn't it crazy? Right there, Brian Netton. The Pima County Sheriff is blocking the FBI from accessing key evidence and the Nancy Guthrie investigation I've been hearing. It was a glove found inside the house. It's crazy. It's wild. All right. I'm going to show you this video of this potential getaway car. Now, this is the first time I heard about it. This was released about an hour, 2 hours ago. Hold on one second. This was released about an hour or 2 hours ago. Check this out.
News alert: the desperate search for Nancy Guthrie is in the 12th day, and investigators are still searching for exactly who this person is, captured on Nancy's doorbell camera.
I want you guys to get this picture in your mind real quick. Look at pay attention to the straps and this right here. Pay attention to this part, and you can see the webbing and you can see the cushion, okay? Mental picture real quick. We'll dig into that after a bit.
Exactly who this person is, captured on Nancy's doorbell camera. Now they are reportedly knocking on doors, asking neighbors what they drive, what kind of car, do you own a truck? They're also asking for doorbell footage. But we still don't know for sure if there was a getaway car. Logic says yes, but was it caught?
So they're looking to identify a truck. A truck.
On camera, anywhere. Between Nancy and Annie's home runs Oracle Road, and there are cameras. We know that because Fox News Digital spotted them along.
Right. You got a bunch of cameras. It's like the stuff we did in Idaho. There's a ton of them. All right. You got a bunch of cameras. But this is what everybody has to understand. And we do. This case is on day 12, almost day 13. How much of that footage, all of this stuff, and this is happening because the FBI started getting this ball rolling when they showed up a few days ago. This is stuff that is supposed to be happening day 1, day 2, day 3. I keep saying it over and over. You got 2 different tip lines there. Let me show you guys this. You got 2 different tip lines there. You got the FBI and you got the sheriff tip line. Those are both bigger than her photo. Like, look at her photo compared to the big ass FBI and sheriff. It's crazy. Universal, let me see here. It's wild to me at the hour she was brought home. I can't even stay awake and I'm 50. Yeah, I mean, hey, there's some old people that are some night owls now. There's some old people that are some night owls. I was watching a documentary on Al Davis, the old owner of the Raiders who passed away. That dude was old as hell, and that guy wasn't waking up until 8 o'clock at night. Okay, that dude was wild. All right, yeah. So hey, you never know. I'm not saying she was wild like him, but you know, who knows? Maybe she was a night owl. Who knows? It's still showing the news guy. Yeah. I'm sure the camera here, right here. It doesn't. We're talking about 12, 13 days later, and how much footage are they going to get? So yeah, The news guys pointing out that all of these cameras exist, and they do, because we did the same work for Idaho. We did the same. I do the same work for any of the cases that we worked on. Always, it's automatic. Right off the bat, you find you find all of the cameras that exist that pertain to the case, and whether it's a route or a part of a timeline, whatever. You always see what exists, number one. Then you go do your searches. You check security first, then do the searches. That's how we always did our stuff. Always. But we're talking day 12, day 13. We're not we're this is day 1, day 2, day 3. I mean, I appreciate how these people are all concerned, but let's be realistic here. Instead of being like concerned and acting like this is like day 1, how about be concerned and then tell the truth? Tell the truth, like, why wasn't this done already 10 days ago? Instead of, yes, there could be possible. No, tell the truth, man.
That road, but Arizona DOT says they don't record cars. Around Nancy's home, it's a mix of city, county, and state roads, and not all of them have recording cameras. It's pitch black at night. Pima County officials say even the cameras that do record aren't foolproof. Residential or business cameras could have captured activity, but that's up to them to share. Former NYPD inspector and Fox News contributor.
That's interesting, because I thought they passed a law for the country. Because I thought it was a law for the country that they needed your permission, but now I thought they passed a law like a year or two ago where it was like they don't even need permission anymore if they want your footage for something that could have witnessed criminal activity for a case. I thought that I didn't think you had a choice anymore. I thought you had to. I don't know. I could have swore there was some kind of. I could have sworn there was some kind of law or something, but I don't know. Maybe I'm confused. Could have swore. Anyway.
Contributor Paul Morrow is outside the.
Okay, so I guess this potential getaway car that gives investigators new leads. Is it a potential getaway car, or is the question, was a Guthrie getaway car caught on traffic cam? I'm wondering if this guy knows something that we don't, because they're talking about a truck, which I don't understand why they're talking about a truck. I know there was vehicles that were towed, but I don't think the person is going to leave their vehicle there. I don't know. That was a lot of blood out in the front of the house. There has to be her blood inside the vehicle somewhere. And if there's not her blood in any of the vehicles, well, I would imagine that she's not too far hanging out in some bush. You got to remember, when this person committed this was at like 2 a.m. They had like a whole how many hours to be able to take her wherever they were going to take her and to do whatever they were going to do. You know what I mean? As in dig or whatever. Okay? Just being real. They had plenty of time to do what they wanted to do. But, what's up, Cyber? But her blood has to be in a vehicle if she was taken in a vehicle. Because I don't care. When you're bleeding like that, it doesn't matter how you're trying to stop the bleeding. The blood is there's gonna be a drop, 2, 3, 4, maybe more. in that interior somewhere. It's just a given. When you're bleeding like that, the blood that was left like that in front of the house. Now this is what's there was only that blood right there in that front spot. Now that blood probably continued into the grass. So did they walk her to the backyard? You know what I'm saying? Like I really it doesn't make sense why they wouldn't want any grid ground searches, but it didn't make sense until we heard that the Pima County Sheriff's Office is denying the FBI key evidence. So, that does make sense. I can't say it don't make sense anymore because now that we know that they're denying key evidence from the FBI, well, therefore, I mean, it kind of does make sense, right? Could zoom in her house on that day, other than the garage. There's proof she actually made it home. Just from the statements, made from the son-in-law and the daughter. So it's just whatever they're reporting. I think it's one person or crazy. I do too, Tom Baker. I think, and what's up, by the way? I think it's somebody. I think it was just a random. I thought it was professional at first. Um, I thought it was professional at first, but after I seen that video and how they didn't even like approach the cameras properly, if that's what they were going to do, you could already tell right there. You could already tell right there that this is just somebody that was just it was opportunity. It wasn't like a personal. It wasn't like I know Nancy and I don't think it was like that. Uh and I don't even think it was Cartel cuz Cartel isn't even that sloppy, dude. They're not even that sloppy. They're pretty effective too. So I don't even see them. I see it being um I see it being I just see it being kind of random. Tom, so let me ask this cuz what's up, Rita? Let me ask this because there's some people saying that they feel there's some people saying that they feel that the person that abducted her knew her personally or knew um, Savannah personally. I've heard some people, now check this out. I've heard some people even go to the point of them stalking Savannah, and this is their attempt to get Savannah's attention. I don't know. I mean, when I heard that, I was like, whoa, that's wild. But then as you sit there and you let it simmer, then you kind of think about it and you're like, well, it kind of could make some sense too, because you think about Jodie Foster. Remember Jodie Foster? How she had that stalker and he tried to kill the president. Remember that? He tried. Was it Reagan? I think it was Reagan. He tried to take out the stalker of Jodie Foster. Wanted to take out Reagan to get Jodie Foster's attention. And so when I heard that at first, I was like, huh? Okay, kind of weird. But then then Jodie Foster's name popped up, and I'm like, well, her stalker tried to take out a president to get her attention. So maybe this person had a thing for Savannah and wanted to get her attention. I don't know. Let me know what you think, Tom Baker. I'm curious where you're at with that angle. Let me see here. Since they sent the elite team there, well, that's when stuff started happening. You know, that's when they got the video. They released it the next day, but they got the video. They were getting stuff done. And I think that's the only reason they're getting stuff done, because there's like, really, what has taken place at that house since they said that she was missing? Nothing. Nothing's taken place since she went missing. They've literally let people contaminate the crime scene. Literally let people. He walks like his knee is bad. No ground grid searches since day one still. And I just can't believe it. You know, if we were there from day one, we'd be already searching outside Tucson by now. That's where we would be at. It's ridiculous that there's nothing going on over there. He walks like his knee is bad. Here, let me flip to this. We'll get back to that in a second. He walks like his knee is bad, especially when he bends down to pull the flowers. He doesn't even bend that one leg. Well, we're going to be digging down that video. I got some zooms ready for you. I'm going to make a note of that. Bad knee and bend down for flowers, doesn't bend one leg. All right, I'm going to... because we're going to dig into it. I'm going to let you know if there's a second person there or not, because there's a lot of people that are claiming that there's another person there. We discovered the other person for the Austin Drummond case, and we're going to discover if there was another person for this one. That was a fan. Let me see here. She's very... Who's that? Jodie Foster? One person? Yeah, but I mean, like, do you think, like, I don't think he might have feel... Okay. He might feel a strong connection. The Jill Dando case in England, BBC presenter. Interesting. I mean, when I heard it, I was like, man, I never even thought of that, but it is. It's definitely plausible. For sure. All right, let's get back to this video. Thank you all for... I love seeing what you guys are thinking, because then it's just like the one that he was a stalker of Savannah or something, you know, doesn't even enter, like, it is plausible and it's there, you know what I mean? I'm going back to Jodie Foster later on, but it's like, that's why I love the conversation, the live conversation. I just putting out videos and I don't get to interact. This is why I love the interaction, because then we can sit there and explore things together and really, like, break it down, you know? Could have carried her out himself. I mean, this is what's crazy though. There's only blood at the front. And so that leads me to believe that he walked her to the side of the house. Now, we haven't heard about blood anywhere else, and so grass, you're not going to see it, you know? Dirt, it'd be kind of hard after some time. It just makes you wonder, right? Who knows? But that's the thing. At least if they would have done some ground searches in the last 12 days, going on 13, they could have at least said, we don't know where she's at, but we know where she's not at, and she's not in these specific areas. That's what they could know. Right now, they don't know anything. But what they could know is that she doesn't exist here, and here. That's what they could. It's sad. All right, let's see if there really is a getaway. Now, they said they're focusing on a truck, but is there anything more to that? Let's see if this guy knows.
Sheriff's office. Paul, this search among the cameras for a car, I understand it's a bit of a needle in a haystack. What can you find? What can you eliminate in terms of neighbors' cars? Do you get the sense this is something that is going to yield fruit for law enforcement?
Well, it's very hard to say at this point, of course, but we do have a couple of things going for law enforcement here. First of all, you have a pretty good idea of the time of ingress. We have that approach that we've all seen in the video that was released previously of when he takes the Nest camera off the wall. Assuming that that's the initial approach, it gives you a pretty good metric to look at. There are only, according to what I understand, about 4 ingress and egress major roads that come in to the area, and then there's all the stuff that you just enumerated. I'll give you another metric in this thing, though. You know, Will, the cameras here are, if they are configured to capture cars moving and it is light enough to see them, or if there is a red light camera, you have to say to yourself, is it going to capture the plate? Now, if it's a red light camera, it's made to do that, so it'll get the back plate. But if it's a traffic camera, then you're only going to get probably the front plate, that is the car coming at you. Here's the rub. Arizona is a one-plate state. That is to say, only a...
All right, this is just a bunch of hearsay. Let's see if they get to some real stuff here in a second. Otherwise, I'm going to take you to a video discussing this sheriff that's out there. Just a bunch of BS.
And the other problem is, when do they overwrite? Even in New York City, which
really
has money to spend on this stuff, the Lower Manhattan Initiative, which is there to throw a ring of steel around the financial district for counterterrorism purposes. I had more than one occasion where we went to retrieve imagery that we really thought would be there, and it turns out it had been overwritten weeks ago. Because
right, and we're talking 12, 13 days later,
issues.
man.
This stuff can be expensive.
This is why you do it right away.
Level. So I think that, you know, look, we have this new recent video that apparently came from the same night, roughly 19, 20 minutes before the camera work that we saw, the video that we saw initially released. That would potentially be inside the sort of ring that we're talking about. And in that case, you are down to something like neighborhood Nest cameras, or something where maybe another car is driving by that has a dash cam, something like that.
All right, Paul Morrow from Arizona. Thank you so much, Paul. Hey,
that's okay. All right, we're gonna go to let me see here. I'm gonna go to this this Fox News report that is they're just breaking, talking about the sheriff blocking the evidence from the FBI. The pressure's building, according to CBS Channel 5 out there. Let's switch to that, and then I'm going to show you this Fox News report here. Check this out, though.
Facing some scrutiny about the way that investigation played out right from the start 12 days ago, and whether missteps early on have complicated the search for evidence and the investigation overall.
Yeah, they have.
Dominguez is here now. We've heard the sheriff say he's not used to the intense spotlight that is now fixed on his every move.
Yeah, that's right. And
it shouldn't, dude, you're not even, okay, I'm going to keep my mouth shut.
It's not to say that Sheriff Castellanos hasn't been in law enforcement for a long time. In fact, he's been in law enforcement for decades. But the reality is that this case is really unlike anything that he's handled before.
You know, this is really
You need to resign, bro. You know what? I don't even want to look at his face. You know what I'm saying?
You know, this is really for me.
I don't even want to look at his face. He's just gaslighting from the beginning, bro. You've never even done a ground search, bro. Never. It's a missing person. You don't know where they went. You don't even know where she went. It's a missing person. And you don't even do a grid ground search? What?
In fact, he's been in law enforcement for decades. But the reality is that this case is really unlike anything that he's handled before.
This is really, for me, pretty new.
From the start, he's tried to strike a balance of keeping the public informed and protecting details only a suspect would know.
And I'm not used to everybody hanging on to my words and then trying to hold me accountable for what I say.
Once investigators processed the home, gathering fingerprints, DNA, and camera images, Sheriff Chris Nanos confirmed what many people feared.
We believe now, after we've processed that crime scene, that we do in fact have a crime.
But before federal investigators revisited the scene, the sheriff's office released the home back to the family. Our own Arizona's Family News crews were able to walk up to the front door and capture video of what Nanos said were blood droplets.
This shit's hard to watch because you're seeing, like, this is real. This is real. The stuff that's happening, it's like a movie. And the star is some defenseless lady that could be any of our mothers, grandmas, sisters, aunts. And this is what's happening. It's so hard to watch this, man. It's so hard to watch.
Looking back, Nanos admits he might have done things differently.
Might have.
Again, Monday morning quarterback, absolutely. I probably could have held off on that.
So why didn't he do any? Oh my God.
Decision and
Why
the
no
volume of
searches?
public comments is drawing criticism from some law enforcement veterans.
Mistakes happen.
What do you think those mistakes are?
Releasing the crime scene, talking
Yeah.
too much,
Yeah.
I think are the two big ones.
Bill Richardson is a retired master police officer from the Mesa Police Department. He says high-profile cases bring pressure, and leadership is key.
The scrutiny can be local, it can be statewide, it can be national, or like in this case, it can be international.
Meanwhile, Democratic Senator Ruben Gallego says the focus should remain on finding Nancy Guthrie and supporting investigators.
I just hope they're doing everything they can and use every asset they can to help the investigation.
And investigators say that this home remains the primary focus while leads continue to expand outward. We reached out to Sheriff Nanos today to address some of that criticism you heard there.
Right?
And we're told he's not doing any interviews. Now,
Wow. He's not doing any interviews. This dude needs to resign tonight. I normally am not that kind of person. I'm not. I really am not. I'm like, hey, eat whatever you want for breakfast. You know what I'm saying? Like, whatever it is you like for whatever. I'm not that person. But this right here, we've been asking this whole time, every day, where are the grid ground searches? Where are the grid ground searches? Where are the grid ground searches? Not happening, not happening, not happening. While you continue to see pizza guys and Amazon people and all these other freaking people show up, you're seeing the crime scene pop up, shut down, pop up, shut down, pop up, shut down. Where are the grid ground searches? Where are the grid ground searches? And then you hear this that they're blocking key evidence from the FBI. Brian Etten just put out a report. He's talking to an FBI source, and this is how an FBI source is summarizing the Pima County Sheriff withholding evidence from the FBI. Quote, "It's insane. It is insane. It's very insane. Very insane." been used to it. I don't. No, what you're saying, I don't know. I manicured eyebrows, probably a young man lost in fantasy. I think that's a great way to put it, Tom Baker. So, what do you say you're due in the world? Right, right. If this is how you act when all eyes are on you, it kind of makes you think a small town Moscow, but this is not a small town. This is Tucson, man. This is Pima County. Like, this isn't, and he's been around the game for a long time. Maybe someone that had done work for her. That could be too. That very well could be. I think that's why they went after that driver guy. Somebody had turned him in, because we heard it on the live scanner a couple nights ago when we were doing our live, the description of clothes that he was wearing, and then also we heard the report. I think I started off the show and we heard it right away where they said his eyebrows and eyelids match the description, and then when you see him on video, you're like, those are bushy eyebrows. Like, how does you where, like, the manicure goes away after a couple days? Like, I think it takes a little bit longer than that. The short footage said a lot about his mental state, and maybe about his coldness too. Yeah, no, like of course it's all speculation and alleged, but we're on the same line, Tom. We're definitely on the same line about the approach, and when we break it down, you'll see what I'm saying. I discussed it already last night and the night before, but I'm going to be going through some zooms because we're going to be looking, and I'm going to let you know if I think there's a second suspect or there was some kind of signaling going on. Yeah, exactly. Like that's why a lot of people were thinking female at first, but I was like, no. You can see the mustache, and this is why I was saying well manicured, by the way, Tom. Check this out. Because when you see that photo and you see the mustache, like there's no part that shows your face with no facial hair around your lips, okay? So like with my beard, right? If I'm growing a beard, I don't grow hair like, you know what I mean? I have like this thing that grows, and this grows, and the chin, obviously, but there's like little parts right here that don't grow as thick as the rest of it, So, but with this dude in the photo and the video, I noticed right away from the bat that the mustache and the beard, it was just basically lips and facial hair. And when people have that thick of facial hair, where it's so thick except for lips, that means that their eyebrows are probably thick. They might even have a unibrow. They probably have a shit ton of hair, you know what I mean? Like, so that's why I was like, well, they got to be manicured because they're thin as hell. And I can see why they'd be manicured, because the dude's beard basically is like showing you, like, look, man, this dude has so much hair on his body that there's like no skin. It's just lips and freaking beard. But yes, very thin, very thin. Now, I think a lot of people thought that maybe it was a female too. I almost think that the guy was, it looked like he was wearing mascara. But it's not a girl to me, or a female. It's not a female to me, but they definitely look like they were wearing mascara too. All right, so let me pull up this video. This is where's it at? This is this new report from Fox talking about this freaking sheriff and this investigation.
We just got the backpack. This is the brand the suspect was wearing the night Nancy Guthrie was kidnapped. a black Ozark trail hiker backpack. The bag's for sale at Walmart, just $10.88. The FBI also releasing a physical description of the suspect. He's either...
Now, you see, I told you guys, look at the straps and look at the cushion, right? You know, see where it's at? It's up here on this person's body. You know that there is something heavy as hell in this backpack, because look, the part of that backpack is all the way up here. Let's go back to this photo. See these right here? This part right here is literally up here. So you see where the little reflected is, and you see this. That's supposed to be down towards the bottom, right? That's supposed to be down next to your waist. The reflector and this part right here is supposed to be down next to your waist. And on this guy, it's all the way up here. That tells you that whatever is in that backpack is heavy as hell. And I'm wondering if that's what made him move the way that he did, because there was something in his backpack that was already heavy as hell, and he could barely move around because of how heavy it was. And let me tell you why it was probably heavy. Because I'm going to go back to my random home intrusion theory. And I think that what was in that backpack that was weighing it down so much were items from another robbery that took place that same evening. I think those were items from another robbery that took place in that same evening, and I hope that they're investigating that. And now we've heard that there are leads that the FBI is investigating that they are not letting people know. And I am wondering, and I'm calling it right now. You can call it a 2026 freeze. I'm calling it right now. I'm betting that the other evidence that the FBI has that they are not releasing to the public is that there was another robbery that took place in that area. Certain items were taken, and those certain items match what that backpack would look like if those particular items were in that backpack, and also contribute to the weight of those items in that backpack. I'm calling it right now. Number one, I already said last night, I bet you they have evidence of the conversation, this person's voice, what was being said between Nancy and him, and possibly the whole abduction and maybe the escape with Nancy on video, whether you can see it, but you can definitely hear it. I bet you they have that. And I also bet that there was another robbery that took place that same evening, and those items that are missing are in that backpack based off of how stuffed it is and where the placement of certain items would be in that backpack. I'm calling it right now. I bet you that's what it is. And that right there, I bet you, if it really is another robbery that took place, and that is really items that were taken from that area or whatever robbery potentially happened, I bet you that that person left evidence behind that will allow investigators to find out who they are. Maybe not at this current house, maybe, because again, we've heard now that there was a glove found inside the home and the FBI requested it to have it tested, and they were denied from the sheriff's office. I don't know. It's crazy. Danny Rawling, yeah. Old Idaho 4 inspiration. Very broad shoulders, but I don't know. He's only 5'9" or 5'10". He's only 5'9" or 5'10". And you see that backpack, that is supposed to be at your waist. It's all the way up here. That means there could be a safe. There could be a safe in that backpack. There could be something heavy. I bet you what's in that backpack is a small safe. I bet what is in it, and we'll look at it when we dig into the zooms. But I bet you there's a small safe in there. And that's what's making it so heavy. To me, that would make sense why a person's only bending down a certain way to pick something up and kind of moving real slow, kind of broad shouldered, moving real slow. Yeah, but this dude's head looks a lot bigger than his body. So I don't think the shoulders are too broad. You know what I mean? His head is like half the size of his head is huge compared to his shoulders and his body. His head is huge. Average build. Yeah. That thing is weighed down like crazy. All right, let's see. I love Jesse Waters. Let's see what Jesse Waters has to say. And he's in agreement with me. Trust me, you want to hear all the stuff about law enforcement's F-ups from the very beginning and how we're going to break them all down. Come back tomorrow night at 9:30 p.m. Central. We're going to have Rosie on, and we're going to break them all down from the very beginning. We're going to be bringing it all, letting you know all of this crap. This dude needs to resign tonight. This is ridiculous. Thank you all for being here. Oh, Dolores, thank you so much. Hold on 1 second. It didn't show me on StreamYard. I see it on YouTube. Let me heart and like that. I'll wait for it to pop up on StreamYard, and then I'll give you a contribution call out. Thank you so much for the super chat, by the way. Appreciate you.
A forensics team was all over Nancy's home today, developing these measurements. They erected a white forensic tent over the entryway. Using high-tech video technology, they were able to establish a physical profile of the
using high-tech technology from a box from Sam's Club. Hey, I have that same kind of backpack. That's what I'm talking about. That thing right there. That's what I wear when I was out there. That thing is amazing. It's got so many little pockets and all these. Yeah, baby. That thing is heavy duty too. I bought that right before I went out to Idaho to do my boots on the ground work out there in Idaho. Man, great backpack.
Suspect based on how his frame stacked up against the portico. The lead scientist who put it all together was the forensics guru who helped crack the Koberger case. And there's more. Retired FBI profiler Jim Clemente says there may have been a tattoo spotted on the doorbell footage. We're learning a lot more about this masked man.
So would that be okay? I'm going to take a screenshot of this because we're going to dig into the video, and I got some zooms. We're going to find out if there was a second abductor or some kind of signal or something. We're going to find out. We're going to let you know that tonight. I'm going to focus on this at some point too. A possible tattoo, huh? So I need to keep that. So it must have been right before he did this. So maybe the arm sleeve was down a little bit and there's part of an arm tattoo or something. We'll see what else.
Tips are pouring in. TMZ released a new video showing a man with a similar backpack 5 miles away, about 20 minutes before the kidnapping. The FBI had been looking to speak to this
Yeah, we're going to go through that too. I'm going to show you a very interesting picture too, by the way.
Person all day. And now NBC is reporting that the feds have just cleared him of any involvement in the case.
Okay.
We're also trying to figure
Well, never mind then.
out if any of these ransom letters are legit.
Oh, that. Oh, so this is right there. Okay, so this is. I think this is what. I don't know how you can tell that's a. I mean, it's probably just a shadow.
Because it's getting kind of weird.
Hold on.
TMZ just received a new email from that guy who says he has information on the kidnapper. Listen.
He sent us this other email complaining that he is not being taken seriously. He says that he wants the Bitcoin, which is worth around $67,000, for several reasons. Number one, he says by coming forward, he will become a, as he puts it, a national rat. He also says, and this is a quote, he doesn't want to be, quote, incriminated like that guy Carlos. He makes it very clear here that this will be his second and last attempt.
Okay. There's been this is what's hard. I gotta be honest with you when it comes to these ransom notes and how, okay, our first deadline is Thursday, 4 million. Now we want 5 million. Now our next deadline is Monday at 5 p.m. We want 6 million. Now that goes by, and now there's somebody that says, I want 1 Bitcoin, and I'll tell you who it is, and then no response, and then this is my last message. Like, this is playing out so much. It's like, give it up. The shit is not working. They called your bluff. The FBI never confirmed that your ransom was real. Just stop. You know? Just stop. Freaking stupid. People are sick. But it's my last. Like, if you really had conviction in your heart that you wanted to tell the authorities or tell somebody who the person was, because you know who it is, if you had the conviction in your heart, if they didn't stoop to your demand on the first attempt, where's your conviction after that? Because look, you tried to be greedy. This is somebody, like, what if this was your mom or your grandma or your sister, person that knows the person who really kidnapped her, Mr. Bitcoin, 1 Bitcoin? If that was your mom, your sister, your grandma, like, if you have conviction already, I don't even think you know who did it. I think you're just bullshitting. That's just me. But if you really know, screw the 1 Bitcoin. Because you sharing that information is worth way more than any Bitcoin could possibly be worth. And that's what you can take for the rest of your being instead of the rest of your life. Beyond your life, you can take that with you. Give me a break, man. And I'm going to tell you, it's the first time we heard about it, we had Rosie on the show last night, and it's like, look, that circle, if there's a circle of the person that kidnapped, if it's going to be a small circle. And if somebody's like, hey, national news, I'm going to tell you who did it because I know. Don't you think somebody in that small circle's going to... Hello? Like, you keep coming out. This is so childish. It's a lame game that really nobody's... I mean, there's some people believe in it, but I haven't believed it. Makes it hard to see from this thing. I'm not sure, but yeah, I'm not sure about the tattoo. We're gonna dig into the footage here in a few. I want to go through a few things with you. There where it is. StreamYard's finally showing it. Thank you, Dolores, for the $2 super chat, and let me throw. thank you for being a part of the community. All right. All right, so let's get back to this Jesse Waters video. Let's check out the rest. He's gonna hammer. He hammered the sheriff in another video. It's just getting ridiculous. I don't know how you do that. I've never heard of anybody doing that. And the fact that you did it, the dude needs to resign because it's not about Nancy. It's about yourself.
Could be a hoax, could be legit. No clue. It's been almost 2 weeks and investigators are reaching out to the locals for help. They're requesting that residents in a 2-mile radius from Nancy's house submit any and all video they might have. There are reports that a suspicious white van was in the neighborhood driving around the day before the kidnapping at around 10 a.m. And authorities are asking for locals to check their security cameras and submit any video from that morning. They're also requesting footage from January.
See, that's the horrible part too, because you're listen again. This has nothing to do. This has nothing against the FBI, because I'm telling you that the FBI is the only reason why anything has been done. But it's such a shame that this could very well be the reason why Nancy isn't found. They're trying to do what they can. You know, I don't blame them at all. They're trying to get the evidence. They're trying to do what was supposed to be done day 1, day 2, day 3. They're trying. But how much do you think you're gonna find, especially video? You know how many, just like I brought up how it was a mistake that the abductor made by taking the camera, because that abductor didn't leave that camera to let cars driving by, people walking their dogs, continue to create video files that would then not get wiped out from the freaking cloud that goes to the damn company that supplied the video. That's the same thing that's going to happen. That is the same thing that's going to happen to when they go to all these different people's houses. Hey, do you still have footage? Not can we see the footage? It's do you still have footage? I feel so bad for the FBI, man. I feel so bad because it's got to be such a pain in the butt trying to get this investigation. I mean, how could these people do this?
January 11th, weeks before. They believe the kidnapper may have been casing the area for a while. The Pima County Sheriff put out a link to submit videos this afternoon, and it was a bad link. The link was down for almost...
What? It was a bad link? This dude doesn't want to search. He lets people contaminate crime scenes. I'm not fingers crossed I can come back tomorrow, okay? Because I'm saying a lot of shit tonight that might get me in trouble, specifically about certain individuals. But you don't want no searches. You don't even want to try and get the video. You don't want nothing. You're even gonna send out a bad link for people to send information. That is so, what the hell?
Check their security cameras and submit any video from that morning. They're also requesting footage from January 11th, weeks before. They believe the kidnapper may have been casing the area for a while. The Pima County Sheriff put out a link to submit videos this afternoon, and it was a bad link. The link was down for almost an hour. So the sheriff's team, again, not off to a great start. More on that later.
Yeah.
These tips and videos are what's keeping this investigation moving. You've got to maintain momentum in cases like this so the public stays engaged. Without fresh breaks, the case falls off the news cycle and people stop helping. This may be of some help.
That's the problem, though. There's been some, like, you You saw the videos today. You saw the live feeds of people out there. Who in the hell is going out there searching for Nancy in these bushes? Still, law enforcement hasn't done it. They don't want to, right? Just like they don't want to share evidence with the FBI. They don't want to go do no searches either. They don't want to get out of their vehicle and stop the pizza man or the Amazon delivery driver from walking up to the front of the house. They don't even want to get out of their damn car. Why would they want to go search brush that's thick? Why would they? But it's crazy. Nancy could literally be steps away next to some bushes and has been the whole time since whatever took place that night. And there's a whole bunch of people just hanging out in front of the house, not doing shit, you know? It's like, can somebody please go look for her? Can you imagine? Like, how would you feel? How would you feel if you were sitting out there? If you were sitting out there in front of the house, just hanging out, and all of a sudden there's a report that her body was found 3 blocks away in a bushy, foliage vegetated area. You know what I'm saying? Like, how would you feel? How would you feel when you're like, you could sit there and go, damn, she was only if we would have just walked a little bit. It's crazy, man. And nobody to this day, nobody still. I'm sorry, Nancy. You know damn well if we were out there, we would be searching outside of Tucson by now. I apologize to you, Nancy, wherever you are, that you're getting that kind of effort from people that are there that could literally do the same thing. I'm sorry they don't want to go out there and can't. Well, they're talking about a truck, Tom. They're talking about a truck as being focused. I don't know exactly what kind of truck, but there's evidence. There is evidence that they're not sharing. And I think it's more video on that camera that was recording the abduction and what took place, because any kind of movement's going to keep that thing recording, audio and video. And I also believe that there was another burglary in the area that took place, and that is why the kidnapper's backpack is so heavy and so stuffed, is because it's it's a night of burglaries. I'm going to go from this house to this house, and I'm going to get whatever I can get. And I think this one just went wrong. This one just went wrong. Maybe he thought nobody was going to be there that night because she never made it back to the house by, a really late time. And it was like, okay, she might be gone for the night, so I'm going to try and get in here. And now the crazy thing to me is why this person didn't try to enter from the back of the property, because the back of the property is so easy for anybody to access. And also when it comes to cameras, you're not even like available to the street. Like if you come through the back, number one, they don't see, as soon as somebody comes home, they're not seeing the front door, Like there's so many, like you're bold as hell and you're dumb as shit to be walking up to the front door. Like it's not even rookie level.
The FBI just bumped up the reward
100,000
$100,000 for any information leading to the return of Nancy.
Shout out to the FBI.
And for the first time, we're hearing from Savannah Guthrie's husband. He put out this statement.
The guy that works with Bill Clinton that had an email come out that was associated with the Epstein files that just came out recently. Again, if you don't see me tomorrow, you know why. I've already brought it up. We're talking about stuff and people that can get us in trouble tonight, so you just never know. I've already, Or if all of a sudden I just pop off tonight Don't. What happened? You already know what happened. Son of a bitch. They just hit CJ again. All right? You already know. But yes, we already went through this a few nights ago. You can see in the title, Epstein-Clinton connection? Yeah. Why is he making a statement? I mean, I know you're the husband of Savannah, but why are you making a statement, bro? Don't you have an email that came out in the Epstein docs to worry about in your little association with the Clintons, and Mr. Mister worked for Clinton since 1992 and helped him win the election? And then your wife goes and interviews all of these Epstein survivors, right? That's a conflict of interest. Because he owns and works as a company that is like a PR-based, crisis management type of work for government officials and high-ranking people. PR. Kind of interesting, ain't it? What? 12 days later. Okay.
Out there may recognize this person. Please help us.
Yeah, that guy needs to stay low. You're right. All right, hold on 1 second. Blink email paints a blink picture of her future. I want to play this for you guys real quick here.
Guthrie's front door. That backpack identified as a black 25-liter Ozark Trail Hiker Pack backpack, which confirms what TMZ founder Harvey Levin said to us last.
Thank you all for being here. Please hit the like, subscribe if you're not, share this out. We had a 6-month break. The algorithm's not helping us whatsoever. So do me a favor, share this out to your socials, share it out to your friends, please, because we've been in trouble so much from YouTube, and I'm just trying to tell the truth, not this BS mainstream propaganda, the real shit.
Night here on the show about the backpack.
We need you.
The FBI is also releasing images of what a similar backpack looks like. And it comes as TMZ has now received another email from someone who claims to know who kidnapped Nancy Guthrie, purporting to be the same person who had sent them an email prior. Harvey Levin is now out front. He's obviously been breaking news from the beginning of this and received the initial ransom note. So, Harvey, the FBI coming out tonight and confirming the backpack model that you reported here 24 hours ago. You were very specific that this was an Ozark Trail hiker pack because you guys had gone and done the boots on the ground reporting at Walmart. Turns out you're right.
Yeah. The problem with that is it's pretty common backpack and it sells a lot. So I'm actually more interested in this holster. Because I think the holster is so unique because the type of gun that he had in that holster is not the type of gun you typically carry in it. So I really think that there is something there that maybe a gun range or somebody, maybe a gun store, would have kind of seen that holster and been.
Oh yeah, that's not a revolver, that's a pistol. That is interesting. We're going to be, like I said, beginning of the show last night, I got zooms. We're going to be breaking them down of this video. We're going to see, is there a tattoo? We're going to try and look at the weapon. We're also going to see if there was a second abductor or some kind of signal. There's a lot of discussion going on. We're going to break it all down. I got the video edits for you tonight. We're just going to get through some of these updates here, and then we're going to break down that video live.
I'm surprised at the kind of gun that was in it. So the backpack, maybe somebody, will have a lead on that. But I think that holster is really important.
And you know what? You were talking about the holster last night, too. You identified it as really important.
Yeah, because I think this is, I don't know. I don't want to speak for him, but to me, it would be important because the reason it would be important, in my opinion, is because I think that is a keepsake. I think some family member is going to go, that's Grandpa Jeffrey's, right? That's Grandpa Jeffrey's holster that he had. I think that's why it's going to be important. They're going to see this holster. That's going to be the unique feature of any of this stuff right here is that holster. That holster might trigger somebody that knows this person that has the same kind of holster, that then they can see, well, damn, they have the same kind of build. Well, damn, they have the same kind of eyebrows. Well, damn, they have the same kind of eyes. Holy shit. I think it's Jimmy. I think it's Jimmy. I think so. I think so. Great point, Harvey.
And I know you were making calls. You were calling all of the gun ranges, right, to see if anybody had showed up with that type of a holster, right?
Yeah.
Because as you were pointing out, Harvey, to someone who really knew a lot about guns or who was in law enforcement, who at a gun range, a holster like this would stand out to them, right? So they might remember somebody had come in, which was your logic, and you were making those calls. Have you learned anything?
No, I mean, look, we're making calls all day, and a lot of the people, don't want to talk if you're not one of the authorities, and a lot of them said we don't know anything.
Makes sense.
It's just one of those things where you make 100 phone calls, and eventually somebody says, "Oh yeah, I remember that."
Right.
We haven't gotten that so far.
Yeah. All right. So let me ask you about this email, because you got another email, Harvey, from someone who says they know who kidnapped Nancy Guthrie and that they'll reveal it for one Bitcoin, which we were talking about this last night, $67,000. You had gotten one yesterday. Okay. Now you got another one. And the writer tells you this is going to be their final communication attempt. So tell me what it says.
Well, again, this is the same person who sent us something yesterday. And this one, well, it is more ominous, and we can talk about that in a minute. But this person says, you got to take me seriously. And he's saying the reason he wants this Bitcoin is because he is going to have to go underground, because he says he fears retaliation. He knows.
Let me say this real quick. You know why that's fake? You know why that's fake? Because if he was worried and had to go underground, you're giving the information to the FBI, bro. You don't think the FBI would make sure that you're safe? You don't think the FBI would make sure you're safe? Fake. 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 Fake.
Who the kidnapper is. And he's going to be kind of tarred and feathered, as he puts it, a national rat. But he also mentions the delivery man. He said, I also don't want, this, I could end up with, being implicated the way this delivery man was, and he was, detained but released, and he doesn't want that either. So he said basically he needs this Bitcoin so he can just disappear for a while and not work. I got to tell you, Aaron, we made it very clear yesterday that we forwarded yesterday's to law enforcement. We forwarded this one to law enforcement and said that if this is a hoax, it's a crime. It's a federal crime. And this person came back and is really saying, look, this is the last time I'm going to send you anything, but I know who this kidnapper is and I can lead you to him. So, look, I don't know. We've sent it on to the FBI. They're looking at it. But he says something in the middle of it that, he paints a very bleak picture.
Okay, I want to ask you about a lot of things here on the bleak picture as well. But can I just ask you one thing, just to be very clear, because I think you're right on the edge of it, but I want to make it clear. Because last night we were laying out, well, if you get $50,000 from the FBI and $67,000 is one Bitcoin, why not just call law enforcement and do it that way, right? And they made it feel like maybe this wasn't real. But you just walked up to the edge there on that they're giving you a reason, that they're saying they'd be tarred and feathered, or what was the reason that they gave why they were coming to you and not with the FBI?
Let me say this real quick. You're tarred and feathered already, buddy. What's up, She-Raid? Yeah, the reward is more than the Bitcoin, right? She brings it up to you. You're tarred and feathered already. It's already been a couple days. They already done figured out who the snitch is before they snitched. And literally, you're turning the tip into the FBI. They can make sure you're safe in a hotel for a couple days in an undisclosed location. This is so, like, it's just like the glove that was found 1.5 miles away. It's propaganda. It's fake. It's fake. Oh my gosh, the glove 1.5 miles away in a city of 600,000 people. Oh my God, it's connected to the crime. Bong. Hello. 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 Just like I'm worried that I'm going to get tarred and feathered when you can literally call the FBI and say, I know who did it, but you need to keep me safe until you capture them. Boom. Give me a break. Give me a break. It's the person that sues McDonald's because the coffee's hot. What? Because the coffee's hot?
FBI.
They didn't say. I mean, they did not say. They
feel like maybe this wasn't real, but you just walked up to the edge there on that they're giving you a reason, that they're saying they'd be tarred and feathered, or what was the reason that they gave why they were coming to you and not with the FBI?
They didn't say. I mean, they did not say. They just gave this reason that they need the money because they're going to have to go underground. And I assume what that means is they're not going to make any money, while they go underground. But they seem, at least, again, if it's real, scared of retaliation. And I think that's at its base. And we talked yesterday that, sometimes, they don't pay the reward to a certain person. And so this is more of a bird in the hand, I guess. I don't know whether there's any coincidence here about him asking for a Bitcoin again and the FBI now raising the stakes to 100 grand because now it's significantly more than the Bitcoin. I don't know. It's just
it's fair. I thought of that.
That's a good point. That is a great point. So Harvey is basically saying, guess what? If you want 1 Bitcoin, call in the tip, Mr. I know the kidnapper. Because then you're going to get almost twice what you want. The FBI called the kidnapper's bluff. Isn't that beautiful? We need to clip that. That's a new thing from StreamYard. All you have to do is say clip that, and StreamYard automatically clips it. It came up as a new feature on StreamYard. Maybe that's why my camera keeps bugging out now. Is because of that new feature and the bugs that come with it. But the FBI called Mr. I know the kidnapper Bitcoin guy. They called the bluff. It'll be very interesting to see. Because guess what? He can call the tip line. He can turn in the person. And he can get the money. And nobody even knows that he turned him in. Because guess what? It's the same morning they wake up tomorrow as they woke up today if they just call it in. The FBI called the bluff. And watch, they're going to come out with a new statement. Okay, well, our last one said this was the last one, but okay, one more time. How about half a coin, right? They're going to act like they're not even paying attention to what's going on. Oh, I love it. The FBI, even though they got screwed on evidence from Pima County Sheriff's Department, even though they got screwed on that, we're going to be going more into that in a second here. Even though they got screwed over from the local PD, or I should not PD, the local Sheriff's Department, I like this move. It's a smart one. It's a crafty one, FBI. I got to say, shout out. Calling their bluff. Okay, buddy, call us now and get almost twice your reward if you really do know something.
Yeah.
So Harvey, okay, so now in it,
you
talk about like there's a sentence in there where it paints a very bleak picture and there's an ominous warning. What is that?
Look, I mean, the reason I don't want to put this out there, and it's not even so much that law enforcement asked us not to, but I don't know that this is real or not. So I don't want to put something out there that may not be true at all. But this person is acting like things have the situation has changed. Let me just kind of leave it at that. I just don't want to go beyond that, other than to say,
okay, he talks to the FBI. So Harvey Levin has been in communication with the FBI since the first ransom letter, okay? Let's listen to that one more time. Julia, listen, normally I'm the same way with you, because I'm like, man, it's a lot of gossip and it's a lot of hoopla and all that other stuff. But at the same time, they're the ones that are getting these letters. The FBI, they're working with the FBI. I have to say, like, out of all the other times, it's all gossip and it's all political. Because if you check them out, it's usually political and it's usually gossip. But with this, he has been giving us tidbits. Now, the FBI is saying, like they do, if you turn in any information, they normally won't even tell you if you can say something or not right away. You just have to assume you can't say nothing about what you turn in. Then they will reach back out to you after they investigate the tip, and then they will let you know, what you can discuss and what you can't, okay? So they're obviously, telling him, like, look, you can't say nothing about this. You need to keep it to this. We're not telling you what to say, but we're telling you what you can't put out there. And so he's been very responsible with that. And he has been given tidbits because, let's be honest, and let's face the facts, the sheriff's department hasn't been doing any of that. They haven't been doing any of it. So as much as I can't stand the gossip and the political stuff, at the same time, he is giving us tidbits because, the reporting that Brian Enton's doing, all of these mainstream sources, they're getting this information from Harvey. And so it's not, he is kind of being like the representative that the sheriff's department should have. You know what I mean? And if you really think about it. So trust me, I agree with you, Julia, and there's probably plenty of you that agree with both of us, but I gotta give the props when the props is due, and I gotta give him his props. Let's listen to this again because I know he's working with the FBI. I know he's talking to the FBI. I want to see exactly what he says again because he says things have changed.
Okay, I want to ask you about a lot of things here on the bleak picture as well. But can I just ask you one thing, just to be very clear, because I think you're right on the edge of it, but I want to make it clear. Because last night we were laying out, well, if you get $50,000 from the FBI and $67,000 is one Bitcoin, why not just call law enforcement and do it that way, right? And they made it feel like maybe this wasn't real. But you just walked up to the edge there on that they're giving you a reason, that they're saying they'd be tarred and feathered, or what was the reason that they gave why they were coming to you and not with the FBI?
They didn't say. They did not say. They just gave this reason that they need the money because they're going to have to go underground. And I assume what that means is they're not going to make any money, while they go underground. But they seem.
And the FBI said, well, if you call in the tip, Mister, you can have almost twice what that Bitcoin is worth, right? I love the sneaky move from the FBI. I love it. It's those mind games that they play with these criminals.
At least, again, if it's real, scared of retaliation. And I think that's at its base. And we talked yesterday that, sometimes, they don't pay the reward to a certain person. And so this is more of a bird in the hand, I guess. I don't know whether there's any coincidence here about him asking for a Bitcoin again and the FBI now raising the stakes to $100,000 because now it's significantly more than the Bitcoin. I don't know. It's just,
it's fair. I thought of that too. So, Harvey, okay, so now in it, you talk about, but there's a sentence in there where it paints a very bleak picture and there's an ominous warning. What is that?
Look, I mean, the reason I don't want to put this out there, and it's not even so much that law enforcement asked us not to, but, you know,
He's not talking law enforcement as in sheriff's department. He's talking FBI, and he doesn't want to say FBI because he doesn't want to specifically say FBI, so he's just going to say law enforcement.
But, you know, I don't know that this is real or not. So I don't want to put something out there that may not be true at all. But this person is acting like the situation has changed. Let me just kind of leave it at that. I just don't want to go beyond that, other than to say that if this person is real, this is a dire situation.
A dire situation regarding Nancy Guthrie.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
If this person is real, it's considered a dire situation. So they basically probably said, this is the last time that I'm going to tell you. I know who did it. I know where she's at. If you don't give me what I want right now, well, then she's going to be gone forever or something, or I'm not going to tell you. I don't know. Type a 1 in chat if you believe the ransom guy that knows who kidnapped her, or 2. Type a 1 if you believe, or type 2 if you think it's just fake as hell and it's a hoax. I'm saying it's fake as hell and it's a hoax. Let me see here. Look, I think Rosie's gonna call in the show here on the Discord live call. Hold on 1 second. I think she wants to say something. There's a lot of updates, by the way. Check out our show with Rosie from last night. Me and Rosie are gonna be back tomorrow night, 9:30 p.m. Central. We're gonna be digging through all the sheriff's office's mishaps from the very beginning. We're going to be putting all that shit on blast tomorrow night. Definitely come back and check it out. I know she has some stuff to say. We're going to be breaking down the Nest camera. We're going to be zooming it in. We're going to be looking at if there's what kind of weapon it is. We're going to be looking at if there's a tattoo. We're also going to be looking to see if there was some kind of signals going to a second abductor. Now, 6 months ago when I was last doing my shows, we broke that there was hand signals, and there was another person in the Austin Drummond case that we discovered on the video. And so we're going to take that. We're going to try and figure out if we can see if there really is a second person out there, if there was a second abductor or not. We're going to find that out tonight here in a little bit. I know Rosie has some things to say about that. She did say that there was some very interesting spots in some of them, but I want to know also what she thinks about the sheriff blocking key evidence from the FBI. We're going to listen to experts coming up on Fox News here in a few. But let me see. I know she was reaching out asking if I would be available to take live calls. And let me see here. Let me see what's up with her. Thank you all for being here. Appreciate you very much. Let me see here. So basically, they're looking for a truck. The reward has been bumped up from 50,000 to 100,000. Now we know that. The FBI, they're bumping it up. They're like, look, if you want 50-some thousand worth of coin, then you just call the tip line. If you got a tip, call the tip line. It's a very strategic move because they're not, right? They're not given that Bitcoin. They're probably advising the family, don't play into the demands. Do not play into the demands. If this person, and this is where they made a mistake. Hey, I know who did it. That's where they made a mistake. Because now it's like, well, if you know who did it, you can simply call the tip line and get money, right? That was a mistake. So shout out to the FBI. Sneaky move, very crafty. Love it. New suspect description between 5'9" and 5'10", average to medium build. Potential getaway vehicle is a truck. Let me see. Samantha Guthrie put out a new Instagram post just missing mom. An old video of her and her sister when they were little kids with her mom when they were younger. Also, they had a tent that was placed outside, and then also again the sheriff blocking key evidence supposedly, and this is what I was hearing from today, was that the evidence that is being blocked is a glove that was discovered inside the crime scene that the FBI wanted to get tested, but Sheriff Nanos said, no, we're having a private lab tested. All right, let me see here. Rosie wants to call in. Give me 1 second. Let me see. One moment here. Give me 1 second. All right, so okay. Oh, shoot, I don't have a chat box thing on this screen. I'll have to make one. I know, I brought you up a little bit ago, Tech Death. I brought you up a little bit ago. I said this dude, Tech Death, was telling us that it's all about that ego, right? It is. It's insane, right? With a woman's life on the line. Damn straight. Damn straight. What's up, John? How you doing, buddy? What's up, Brent? How are you doing as well? Natalie, good evening. Thank you for hopping in. What do y'all think, man? I think this sheriff needs to resign ASAP. Yeah, it's wild. I think this sheriff needs to resign ASAP. Trust me. You know, come on back tomorrow night, 9:30. We're going to be breaking down all that stuff. By the way, we'll be taking live calls tomorrow with Rosie on panel. You'll be able to talk to me and Rosie at the same time. All you have to have is Discord. All right, so download Discord. All you have to do is just basically create an account, and that's it. You don't have to learn how to maneuver it or nothing. All you have to do for live calls, if you want to join in a live call tomorrow night, all you have to do is literally click on the link. As you see on the screen here, there will be a link for you to click on. You just click, like you have the stream up on your phone, right? Click on the link when you see it in chat. If you want to call in, it instantly takes you to a backstage, and then it puts you in a queue. So you don't have to sit there and try and call and hope that you can get through after somebody hangs up. No, literally you call, it puts you in a queue. And then once we go through the one call, and then when we're done, we give you the link to come up to the live call. So you just come to the backstage, you chill out, hang out until we bring you up, and then you just click on the new link that you get, and that'll bring you right up. And as soon as you click on it, you just put your phone up to your ear, and you're like, hey, what's up? Or computer or tablet or whatever device that you have Discord on. And it's the safest way to call in. Giving your personal phone numbers to these talk shows is old school, all right? With the way, just for your own safety and your own protection. You know what I'm saying? So let's do the Discord thing, you don't even have to worry about your personal phone number or none of that. You just make your account, you hang out, and you call. Let me see here. I'm not sure where hello?
Hello.
Oh, there you are. Okay. It didn't even...
Am I in the wrong place? Sorry.
No, you're in the right place. You're on right now.
Okay. Hi, everyone. Hi,
Yeah.
CJ.
Hey, what's up? You're on right now. Before... can you guys hear Rosie? Let me know. Let me know if you can hear Rosie. Before I want to ask you some specific stuff about the video that we're going to get into, what do you think about this new news about the sheriff blocking key evidence from the FBI.
I mean, I wish I could be surprised, but I think a lot of people felt that there was something strange going on from the beginning. I mean, it's deplorable behavior, but I don't know. He was always acting a little strange. I just can't imagine why though. When these people are here to help you, so why
Yeah.
make things difficult for them? Why block them?
Well,
You know?
plus, going through all the Idaho 4 stuff, we know that there's technology that the FBI has that they can use at their disposal that they can't release to the public. And this is not them trying to solve a murder. This is them trying to find a missing person. So you would think that you would want the most sophisticated type of technology to be able to find this missing person. You know what I'm saying? So it's very, very odd uh, that they would want to block it. Now, somebody brought up a great point. I'm not exactly sure when elections take place, and we discussed this last night in our show that they are elected officials, and that could have something to do with it. I'm not sure when the elections take place, or when they take place in that area, but that could definitely be something that is playing into it because he doesn't want the FBI to get the credit for solving it. He wants to take the credit himself, which would then solidify another term. And that's pretty effed up
Yeah.
if that's your angle, because you're using Nancy Guthrie's safety as your own stepping stool for more success.
Yeah, yeah. It's basically like she's become a political tool, which I mean, I think
Well,
I guess you have to be careful when you're dealing with people who are elected. It's sad to think of it that way, but you can't really know what comes first for them. Like, what is the priority?
it's selfish. I mean, this is the thing. It was like I started off the show tonight and I said, you know, up until I heard this, up until I heard it, I didn't understand why there was no ground searches all this time. I didn't understand why they didn't try to get the Nest camera that was so easily obtained, because they literally just handed it over to the FBI when they asked. And that would have the sheriff's office would have been able to get the same footage if they would have asked too. They just didn't. They weren't doing it. Basically, they were as lazy as allowing the people to walk up. There's 2 more people that walked up to the house today while the sheriffs were sitting in their vehicle. You know what I mean? That's 3 people in a couple days that have literally walked up to the front of the house while the sheriffs are there to watch to make sure nobody does that exact same thing. So I can understand why they're lazy about everything else. And, you know, when it comes to this decision to block the FBI, I don't necessarily think it. I'm thinking it's more along the lines of they're trying to cover up everything that they fucked up by not letting it out there. That's why they don't have press conferences, because then they don't have to try and answer questions for then people to find out that they botched the investigation way more than we can even possibly imagine or think. And that's why I think they're doing this. I think they're not trying to I don't think they're trying to solve it, honestly, because you don't do you're not doing any of the stuff that you do day 1, day 2, day 3 to solve a missing persons case. You know what I'm saying? And then you're blocking evidence. It's to me, it almost feels like, because I don't think they would personally be doing this to Nancy. Like, we're not doing this because we don't like her. I don't think that's what's happening. I think what's happening is they showed up and the people approached the crime scene just like they did with the same kind of effort of stopping the people from walking up to the front door. walking right in front of him. I think they approached it the same way. And I think they literally effed up this investigation as soon as they walked in the door. And that's why they're not doing any press conferences, because they know, oh my gosh, all this media attention, they're going to dissect my words and they're going to find out that it. I think that's what's taking place. What do you think could be the reason
And I think
why all this is happening?
I agree with you. I think that they're probably trying to conceal like how badly they've done in a lot of ways. And I think they did learn very quickly as well about the media and about when there's attention on a case. I don't think that they understood how intense the media can be when that's what they've decided to focus on. So their strategy is really just to turn inward. When it comes to the media, when it comes to the FBI, it's like I think they're in probably some kind of reputation control, like crisis control, like you say.
It has to be, because, like, regardless of media, did the media stop your investigating on day one? No. They were actually bringing attention that was helping. Day 2, same thing. Day 3, the YouTubers and TikTokers didn't show up until after a few days after. So they literally had day 1, day 2, day 3 to do what they needed to do without, oh, I'm not used to this spotlight. It doesn't matter. Does the spotlight stop any of these other investigators from going and doing the searches? Does it stop investigators from obtaining video? Does it stop investigators from doing interviews? No, it don't. The only reason that it affects people in that position is when they have to do a press conference. And he's not doing it. So what is he talking about? Because you're not doing the press conferences to feel that way. What I don't understand. Oh, because people are talking shit because they're seeing that you haven't done any ground searches, because they're seeing that you weren't trying with any kind of effort to obtain the video footage, because they're seeing you not do any press conferences and addressing the public. Oh, because they're seeing all the things that you normally aren't supposed to do when this thing happens. So no wonder you're getting all the attention. It's the attention he doesn't like, because he's being called out for the shit that he's supposed to do that he's not doing. That's the only attention that would negatively affect you, because any other attention is good attention, because it's getting her name out there. It's getting her face out there. It's getting this information out there, because the more people that know about it, the more people can try and help, because we don't know if Nancy or this kidnapper is in Massachusetts. We don't know if they're in Florida. We don't know if they're in Washington State. We don't know if they're in California. We don't even know if they're in Arizona, Mexico. With how lax the border is for the that they can literally slip through. There's plenty of spots that don't have cameras, fences, and lights. She could be in Mexico right now.
Yeah.
So the more attention helps. You know what I'm saying? It doesn't make sense.
No, it doesn't. And I think, I don't know. I think what you're saying about, like, she could be anywhere in the world. If it's possible to be in Mexico, then from there, there's no telling.
Oh yeah, then you get
where she could be.
You get a fake ID, fake documents. There's countries that are friendly with Mexico that are probably lax on the fake paperwork. You know what I'm saying? It's not going to be the first time that somebody's flying that's not. There's plane crashes that happened within the last year where there was 2 people that had fake passports and were on a plane with somebody else's name, and they were able to get on no problem. You know what I mean? Like, it still happens, especially in these other countries. In America, probably not, because we have a lot of strict guidelines. But when you're talking about Mexico and South America, and of course, there's a lot of other countries that are totally friendly that would be like, yes, they're allowed. Come on. And then next thing you know, why? Because it hurts America. So that is definitely
Yeah,
plausible. It's just like, so you would think you would want this attention.
exactly. And also with it being a missing person and all of that being a possibility, you would think that there would be so much more urgency because of the time that's gone on. It's honestly not the point to be thinking about your reputation, because I think that not speaking to the press and, being difficult with the FBI is only causing a delay, honestly. And when that's going to come out eventually, and it's just going to make things look worse. So if it's about the election, it's not going to help in the long run.
I guess Busby looked it up. He said it's 2 years, so there's not it's not going to be an election as far as he looked it up. He said it's 2 years from now. So I don't think that would have anything to play with it to be involved, when it comes to that. Let me see here 1 second. Let's see here. Hopefully, give me 1 second here. I think so. Caddy says I think he has beef with FBI from something in 2016. Thank you, Caddy. Jennifer Coffindaffer just posted something here. Hold on 1 second. Thank you, Caddy. Let me retweet this. And just at EvilleCJ on Twitter. I'll share the link with you for a second. Anything that we go through on here, I do retweet. And there's another update from Brian Enton. Brian Enton states, I have learned as recently as last night that the Pima County Sheriff's Office was not sharing critical information with the FBI. So he's being told as well last night. Let me go to this Jennifer Coffindaffer thing. Thank you for that, Caddy. Let me see here 1 second. All right. It says there is no doubt, and I shared this on Twitter or X, retweeted it. There is no doubt there is tension between the FBI and the Pima County Sheriff's Office concerning Nancy's investigation, but typically these issues are at higher levels. The boots on the ground law enforcement officers usually get along well. The sheriff was under serious. Oh, now it comes out. The sheriff was under serious federal scrutiny for 5 years regarding misappropriation of funds. He was never charged, but there was no love lost. Now he is using other labs besides Quantico, quote, the best of the best, to test a glove found in. So it is true. I told you guys, I was hearing from earlier today, there was a glove that was found in the inside of the house, and that was the key evidence that they were holding from the FBI. Now it says right here, now he is using other labs besides Quantico, the best of the best, to test a glove found inside the house and reportedly keeping the FBI at bay in terms of some evidence. I have seen this many a time. They better get it together. The sandlot is big enough for both. Pima County has venue. The FBI has resources and expertise. So, damn.
Yeah.
And you can see the video of Sheriff Nanos back then in 2016. If you go to my Twitter, I already retweeted it. You can see the 30-second video clip of Sheriff Nanos discussing that. Wow. But still, why are this? This is for Nancy Guthrie. This isn't for Sheriff Nanos. Still.
Yeah.
It's very selfish and not cool at all.
Yeah. Yeah, this is really bad. I mean, can he be held accountable for withholding stuff from the FBI? Surely that's like,
No.
I don't know how your
No.
guys' law work. No?
No, he can't. Because here's the thing with when it comes to the FBI. There's only two ways the FBI takes over a case or can take over. Okay? Two ways. The first way is if the investigation is a shit show, which you're seeing right now, and I'm going to tell you right now, you are seeing the inner workings taking place where the FBI can have rule to take over the investigation and Pima County can't do nothing about it. The first way is if the investigation was fumbled. Like if it's so bad. Henrietta, Oklahoma, a few years ago, if anybody remembers the case with Jesse McFadden, we saw how investigators came in and they left chains that were screwed to the walls. They left cell phones behind. They left computers behind. They left all sorts of this evidence behind. And they did not do any kind of investigation whatsoever in the FBI. Oklahoma FBI took over the case because they had they were able to take it over because it was a shit show. That I can see this I can see them taking over this, and it sucks because this evidence is going to be all screwed up. It already is, most of it already. But they can take over when this goes to a shit show, or if the local law enforcement that's handling it invites the FBI to take over the case. So if they, kind of like with what Idaho 4 did, okay? They invited the FBI to join, but they said, we're inviting you to join, but we're only inviting you to look into this, and this, and that's it. So that's what they're doing. They can legally do that. Sheriff Nanos can legitimately tell the FBI, because they didn't take over the case, right? He can literally tell the FBI, I only want you looking into this, and this, and there's nothing they can do about it. That's the sad part. Like, he's not going to get it. The public, like, this is going to ruin his career. Like, it's going to ruin his career because these people are going to see this and go, bro, you're worried about yourself, but he is able to do that. He is legitimately able to say, I don't want you testing the glove, and he cannot get in trouble for that. It's just bad PR.
It's bad everything.
Yeah. It can happen that way. And so they're stuck. That's why the investigators are starting to go out and do interviews and go to the neighborhoods, and everybody thought it was like this hot trail that they were finding. It's like, no, they're literally being handcuffed to what evidence they can help with, which is ridiculous because they should, like Coffindaffer said, the sandbox is huge enough for both of you, and for Nanos to put personal shit in it when Nancy didn't do anything. Nancy didn't have anything to do with him getting investigated. Nancy didn't have anything to do with him getting in trouble. Nancy didn't do none of it. So why is she the one that is being treated as such with the lack of effort? Yeah, it's crazy. 100,000 for the reward now. It went from 50 to 100,000, and the ransom Bitcoin person that came out and said that they know who kidnapped her, and they would for 1 Bitcoin they were gonna spill the beans. You remember that came out yesterday? Did you hear about how they came out with another letter a few hours ago and said that this is the
Yeah, I
last
saw
letter,
that.
and how one Bitcoin is roughly worth between $50,000 to $65,000 depending on the market for it at any given moment. And so then the FBI raised it up to 100 to like, because really, if you know who did it and you only want 55 to 65,000 or whatever, then you can call the tip line.
Of course, yeah.
And so it's kind of a crafty move. They called the bluff. They're like, look, you don't need a
Yeah.
Bitcoin. You can literally just call the tip line, and it's good PR because you're not giving into the demand of giving a Bitcoin. It's like, look, if you want the money, just call the tip line. So great move from the FBI with that.
Yeah. Yeah, I think so.
So, now when it comes to this video, we'll talk about this real quick. When it comes to this video that we're going to dig into here in a little bit, first we're going to watch some stuff about this sheriff thing real quick, and then we're going to move to that video breakdown if there was a second abductor. What kind of key points do you want to tell the audience that maybe they could maybe look out for if they haven't seen what you're going to maybe bring up when we do get to that part? What kind of key points stuck out to you? Did you dig into the video much? Was there, kind of explain what you thought and what kind of perks your interest with it?
So because I slowed the video down just when I was working on it, I really strongly feel that when the suspect walks over to those plants and he grabs the plants, if you're watching it on a slow speed, I think that he looks over to somebody. And I don't feel that he's like looking to see if the coast is clear or he's just looking at the road, because he's looking somewhere very specific. He's not like looking left and right or anything like that. So I do feel that there was somebody there that he seemed comfortable with. I feel like he might have had a lookout just in those few seconds where he's grabbing the plants and then standing upright. He starts to walk back to the door while his head's actually still turned to what he's looking at. But you need to be like watching it closely or watching it on slow to really see it.
Yeah, I know what part you're talking about. Kind of glances up a little bit. I know what part you're talking about. And we're going to dig into it. When I watched it, I kind of just got the impression that he was looking out to see if anybody had maybe turned their light on or was walking down the street, or kind of just looking out real quick just to see if there's any kind of difference in activity before they try to go back in. Because I really feel like if at that point they would have noticed some kind of change in activity, they probably would have just walked away from the front porch and then moved on, because somebody would have, changed their activity and noticed something. But definitely that's one of the things that I was hearing as well when it comes to this lookout / possible second abductor / possible person that was supposed to join but chickened out at the last second kind of person. And that's why I kind of wanted to like break down this video and dig into some zooms and stuff, because I really want to, I've had people ask me like what I think about it. Do I think there's and I hate giving an opinion or an answer if I really haven't dug into it. I can give you like a generalized, like, well, if you're asking me today, I can tell, and I just don't like doing that. I would rather, just dig into it and be able to just give a definite answer one way or the other.
Yeah. And I also thought that when I first looked at it. I think it was like the more I looked at it, then the more I really started to feel that way quite strongly. So I'm looking forward to going through it with you as well, seeing what you think. Because I definitely felt the same way in the beginning. He's just like looking over at the road. But for some reason, the more I looked at it, the more I started to change my mind.
As it being there wasn't to then all of a sudden there was. Is that what you mean?
Yeah. Yeah.
So it was just that one part, that
Yeah.
that you felt that there was
Yeah.
something that was obviously not what it appeared to be, on the
Yeah.
okay. Okay. And also when it comes to, I don't know if you heard or not, when it comes to that other person that was trying to gain access through that fence, that other video that was like 6 miles away or something like that. I don't know if
Oh, yeah.
you've heard it, but they did come out and say that they can confirm that that person didn't have anything to do with the crime. So that came
Yeah.
out that came out just a little
Figured
bit
as
ago.
much.
Yeah, so I didn't know if you heard that, but it was definitely interesting that there's different conversations about like turf wars. Like there's the cartel being involved, and there's turf wars, and it was part of a turf war kind of thing. And I don't I don't even see that because um I really feel like let's be honest, like the cartel are effective as hell. That's why they have the reputation that they do. And this is not cartelistic style of what is on that camera. That's Joe Dirt style that ends up on that
Yeah.
on that
Except he's
camera.
not the one bringing the pizza. That's someone else.
Oh, pizza sounds so good too. So yeah, a lot of updates, since you went to bed and woke up.
Yeah.
It's kind of been like that for you the last couple days. But yeah,
It has. It has.
I just can't believe the sheriff.
I'm just saying, like, yeah, your guys' news time is definitely when we're asleep. So we usually wake up in a hurry. Like we have to quickly figure it out.
Wake up in a fury. Yeah, it's we're gonna be like, it's kind of perfect with what we're gonna be going into tomorrow when it comes to all of the mishaps and the fumbling from the investigation. If you didn't see it all, because some of you might, you might, trust me, it's easy to get sucked into the coverage, and it's easy to miss some of the stuff that's kind of being swept under the rug from Pima County Sheriff's Department. But we're going to go into a bunch of the stuff tomorrow night, and really this just kind of goes with everything, this whole denying the FBI evidence. And now that you see that it's a personal thing from Nanos, it's all personal from Nanos. It's like, bro, this isn't about you. This isn't about you whatsoever.
Yeah.
It's sad. It's sad. Poor Nancy, man. Poor Nancy. And I hope somebody starts a ground search tomorrow, because it's sad to see no searching going on, because she could literally be right around the corner.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely not too late. It's just important to actually start.
One of these times, even if it's just the general public, somebody please get out there and search. Because what if she's been 3 blocks away in a patch of brush, and nobody's known this whole time because they weren't looking? I mean, can you imagine being camped outside that house for a week and a half, and then they find her a few blocks away in some brush patches, and you have to sit there with the fact knowing that you were there, probably drove by her multiple times going to camp up in front of the house, and Literally, you could have just walked a few feet and found her. It's a drone up a while ago, a pretty big one. Yeah, I heard that's why they shut down that El Paso airport too. A couple hours ago. Let me see here. Yeah, is there anything else you want to mention about that video? We'll definitely break it down. We'll take a look at that spot. There is a photo of it where they're saying there's a possible tattoo. Oh, and they did show something with the weapon that's in the holster. It's a pistol, right? Not a revolver. The holster is for a revolver. But the thing is the holster, the backpack is very common. The holster looks like it's very uncommon. Like it's a very unique holster.
Yeah.
It's a holster that somebody would recognize first, knowing Jimmy has that holster, and then also all of a sudden now you're seeing the body structure, now you're seeing the eyebrows, now you're seeing the eyes, now you're seeing all these other things after you notice that holster. So I think the holster is going to
Yeah.
be the most important clue that investigators can go off of when it comes to finding this person. And it's going to be somebody calling a tip in like, hey, I know somebody that has that holster.
Yeah, absolutely. I was also thinking that holster could be his downfall.
Yep.
Hopefully soon.
Yep.
But no, there's nothing else that I wanted to go through. That was just what I noticed initially, which I thought was quite important.
Yeah, well, thank you. I appreciate it. Thanks for your work. I can't wait for you to join us tomorrow night, 9:30 p.m. Central, everybody. I can't wait for you to join us tomorrow night because I'm probably going to be a little fiery tomorrow night when it comes. I'm just being honest.
We'll be ready.
I'm probably going to be a little fiery and a little passionate because it really hurts my heart that this shit's happening. And, you got to call it like you see it. Yeah. Yeah. What's up,
Yeah,
Fresh
absolutely.
Prince? Yeah, like not cartel, not a wise guy. Yeah, that's the same. That's exactly what I'm feeling. And Nano's got to the FBI. Yeah. I honestly, like, I'm sorry, like, that dude wouldn't even be a getaway driver if that's, I mean, that's how bad it is, It's like, dude, you're going to F this up. You're going to F up being a getaway driver. Just stay at home, just stay at home. Don't even come out. Don't even come out. But yeah, there's going to be plenty more updates tomorrow. Well, thank you for hopping in. Hopefully, everything was sounding okay. When it comes to it, I'll definitely rewatch it tomorrow. Going to Walmart tomorrow. Get yourself a backpack too. Yeah, here's another thing that I wanted. So how like I brought up real quick here. How I brought up the extra video that the FBI probably has that they're not releasing to the public, right? The extra video of the abduction and everything, because that Ring camera kept recording audio and video, even if it was in a pocket, that camera kept recording audio, and it would potentially have recorded the conversation, the dude's voice, or I should say the person's voice. Could have recorded the abduction, could have recorded the escape too. What happened? How the blood ended up there and why it did, and the events that led up to it and such. But then also when it come to this backpack, right? I was pointing it out to people earlier. It's got those straps and the reflective stuff, okay? And you see on the video, and if you have the video in front of you, pull it up if you want to check it out and see what I'm saying. The straps are up towards the top of the shoulders, right? By the upper chest next to the armpit. The reflective and the webbing with the cushion part of the straps. Now, if you look at the backpack, that part where you adjust the straps on the backpack, that goes down by your waist, by your tush. Okay. So if that part that on the backpack strap is normally typically goes down to the sides of your waist or tush, and that backpack on that person is going all the way up towards the top of the shoulder, to me that says something is very, very freaking heavy in that backpack, because it's weighed down, so it's going to pull. Trust me, I my backpack, boots on the ground, when I have a bunch of shit, trust me, that bottom part comes all the way up to there because of how much gear is in there. So that those straps being up that high tells me there's something heavy in there, tells me that there's possibly items that were taken from another robbery. Now we know that there's evidence that the FBI says that they have that they are not releasing. Okay? And I'm wondering, was there another burglary that was right around the area where this person was just going from house to house to house, taking items? And I'm wondering if there's like a small safe, in that backpack, because that would weigh that thing down that much. That would make that backpack packed stuff tight, and it's in a square. It's in a square. Plenty of people have small safes at their house, right? And what are you going to do? You're going to take a watch, or you're going to take a safe and you can try and break into it when you bring it back home? You're going to put it in your backpack and you're going to carry it because there's probably something hella worth valuable in there, right? And I think that right there could also be not just the holster, but I think that a potential burglary that had taken place right before this home invasion also might hold a clue to who this person is. I think that backpack is weighed down so much because they were getting valuables from another house. I don't see somebody going to break into houses that's carrying a backpack that is weighing that much. I just don't see it. You need your mobility. You need your mobility when you're doing that. You need your quickness. You need that stuff. And so you're like not even giving yourself a favor by wearing that weighed down backpack, because it's slowing down your mobility, your quickness, your awareness, your agility, your stamina, everything. It's working against everything that you want to accomplish in a most efficient way. It's working against you. So that's why I'm saying it's got to be something from another robbery that is in that backpack. That's the only reason you'd carry that much weight going to another house.
Yeah. And I think, that makes sense because you can see when he's walking up, he's almost steadying himself. And I feel like that might have something to do with the weight.
Yeah, like he's trying to keep his balance. Like it's too heavy for him to really have any kind of quick movement or movement that might throw his center of gravity off. I really feel like it's a safe in that backpack. Like it's a little small, residential home safe that is stuffed in that backpack, because that backpack is stuffed and it's a square. And so I'm thinking it's and I'm sure that they left a clue behind. And I think that's the evidence that the FBI is not going to put out there, is that, yeah, we know this other robbery was connected and that they left this clue behind, and we don't want them to know, because then they're really going to try and hightail it, so I think they're keeping it quiet, because I think that clue is what's going to lead them to the trail that they're going to get on and eventually find this person. It's just a shame that the sheriff is doing that based off of his own selfish issues that he has with the FBI. Why even be a sheriff if you're not going to work with other law enforcement?
Right.
Why even do the job?
That will really put you in contact with the FBI. You should do something else if you don't. if you don't want to work with them.
It's not cool. It's not fair. It's about Nancy. That's what it's about. It's about Nancy.
Yeah.
So there's no reason for that. None whatsoever. So, yeah, we can I don't know how much more time you got. But
I do have to get going, but
well, I appreciate it. We'll definitely check out that spot. We'll see what everybody thinks. And we can't wait to have you back on tomorrow night on the panel and digging through whatever new updates come out tomorrow, and then also digging through all the Mr. Nanos. If you didn't want attention now, just wait for the attention you're going to get tomorrow night, buddy, because it's coming. It's coming. It's coming. We've waited a few days to discuss it, and we're going to be discussing it tomorrow. Oh, wow. Caddy says, oh, shoot. Not a good guy. Unfortunately, something is really wrong. Oh, boy. Yeah. We're going to be going into that stuff. Thanks for that stuff. Yeah, we're going to be going into that tomorrow night. That's for sure. Not good. Well, thank you for calling. I appreciate it. Hopefully everything worked out okay on your end. Everything seemed fine on my side. So
yeah, seems good.
Yeah. So thank you. I appreciate it. Hopefully you have a blessed day. Stay safe. And we'll see you tomorrow night. Appreciate you so much. And thank you.
Bye, everyone.
If you're not subscribed to Rosie, here is her link. Go sub up to her. And yeah, she'll be on tomorrow night, 9:30 p.m. Central, as we dig in to all of that. All right. Now I'm going to switch to, let me see here. I'm going to switch to this video. This is from Fox News, and this is talking about this key evidence and this information that's just coming out recently about this whole. We're going to get into the personal stuff tomorrow night. This is more about national media experts that are just hearing this, and I'm very interested to see if they're calling bullshit too, or if this is because we've already called bullshit on a bunch of other stuff, and the mainstream media is like it's like a potluck of everybody that just wants, oh wow, hey, yeah, no, let's be real. Come on, let's be real. All right, let's check this out here. Thank you all for
top of minds is going to be the Nancy Guthrie investigation tonight. We are getting live vantage points from the ground and from the sky as Fox's drone team continues to monitor any and all movements that we've been tracking. Investigators continuing to work on the house. We did see earlier today that a white tent went up momentarily in front of the house. Not exactly sure what they were doing, but perhaps with time we will learn a little bit more about what exactly they've been doing. Some breaking news coming into the newsroom within the past half hour or so. Fox News Digital's Michael Ruiz with this, saying that there seems to be a little bit of a disconnect between the local authorities there in southern Arizona and some of the federal agents like the FBI that have been working on this investigation. Ruiz with this, saying Sheriff Nanos, he's with the Pima County Sheriff's Department, Nanos sent a glove recovered from inside the home to a private lab in Florida rather than the FBI's lab in Virginia, according to a source. The feds will likely need to retest themselves, wasting time, he says. Ruiz also sent something out earlier saying that a federal source confirmed to him that the Arizona sheriff has blocked the FBI from key evidence in the Guthrie case. So this is something that we're learning more about tonight. Perhaps we will get some official word from Pima County or from the FBI as the night progresses. We will let you know if we hear any official word from these agencies. Let's bring in former FBI agent Scott Duffy. He's here. And Scott, what I want to do today is just go over some of the breaking news of the day and also go over some of our questions that are coming in from audience members. Viewers have been watching Andy's broadcast. We've been showing viewer questions all evening. We're going to continue doing that for the rest of the evening. Before we get into the audience questions, though, I got to start with this reporting from Michael. It does seem that a glove that was recovered from inside the home, that itself is a piece of news, by the way, a glove recovered inside the home, it was sent to a private lab in Florida rather than the FBI's lab in Virginia. Can you speak to me a little bit about how federal officials and local officials typically work together on collecting and examining evidence?
Yeah, good evening, Austin, and thanks for having me on.
Of course.
So I can speak to the cooperation between federal, state, and local from my standpoint in my 22 years in the FBI in Delaware. We had a fantastic collaboration. Being on a task force, we had police officers from a multitude of police departments throughout the state, and we ensured, and that is federal, state, and local, that it needed to be a good working relationship. The movies, you see these typical rifts between the feds and the locals. I didn't experience that in Delaware because I believe that the relationships were important, but also being a small state, we realized, hey, we all needed each other. Now, that isn't to say that there aren't rifts and that there aren't problems in federal and state and local, I would say, partnered relationships or partnered investigations, such as you see here, where the FBI may or may not have been called in until a few days. So with regards to Phoenix and in this area, the Tucson area, I don't know the relationship. I don't know if everybody is playing well in the sand. I have dealt with my counterparts in Phoenix over the years, and I know I have dealt with both local police officers assigned to FBI task forces, as well as agents. And whatever we needed in Delaware, we got, with a tremendous amount of support. And I've seen that across the country in similar fashion. So I think generally speaking, there are good relationships because the FBI and of course other federal partners have done a really good job in developing those over the years, because everything ultimately comes down to solving a case. And resolving and solving cases sometimes requires additional resources that a smaller department may not have. But also on the federal nexus, if you have a federal case and you need to get something that's really in the weeds in a local community, only the local police department is going to have that. So it does require, and I would say when the FBI started these partnerships, these terrorism and these gangs or these any type of the cyber and the crimes against children, there's a multitude of these task forces that are federal, state, and local partners, and they've just done so well. And I would hope and imagine that even though we're hearing some things with these relationship issues, I hope they're blown out of proportion, because we have all been looking from the outside in. But just looking at what's on the screen right there with regards to this glove, what I don't know is, was this glove packaged and sent to a private lab, which departments do throughout the country on a regular basis, prior to the FBI being involved? So that would be a question I have. And so thereby, the glove was sent ordinarily the way we did it, and I would imagine it's done similar across the states, that if a department has started a partnership with the lab because they don't have their own at that time, then when another agency comes in this case, the FBI, then it would be a decision made at the top. Do we continue to allow that evidence to get processed? Because you want to remain consistent, so you stay with one lab. And so I'm hoping that this is an instant where that glove was recovered from inside the house relatively early in the investigation, packaged and sent out prior to the FBI being involved. I could be wrong there, but that would be my hope. And then, of course, the FBI getting involved and saying, hey, we're going to save you some money. We're going to save you some time. We're going to take care of all the packaging, handling, and processing, sending everything to our lab in Quantico. Then I could see then this is now just taken on another level. And now let's be consistent. I would also say, Austin, that when an item is sent for any type of processing to a lab, typically you're not going to see a lab retest it because then you're really starting to get into muddying the waters, and keep it simple and remain with that lab for that processed item.
In other words, you wouldn't expect that the FBI would have to retest it themselves?
As a matter of fact, I'm pretty sure there's a protocol in place, because I've been in the situation where the locals have come to me saying, hey, this item was processed, and not for anything other than a lab had tested it and came up with, let's just say, a negative result. And then I would reach out to our lab to say, hey, is it possible to have retested? And they said, no, we just don't do that. And I would imagine that's across the board for any labs to not retest things, keep it within that same lab. The same lab can retest things. We've had that done before, but not to have another lab take a look at it, because then you're really starting down a path that's just not going to be good in a courtroom.
So let's talk about a glove being found inside the home. We knew that they found a glove that was within a proximity that they were searching yesterday on the side of a road. We were not aware until today, to my understanding, that there was a glove found within the home itself. Unfortunately, we don't know much more than a glove was found inside the house. Is it possible that this glove could be nothing, or is there a likelihood that this is a real significant piece of evidence that they have?
The glove being found on the side of the road?
The one being found in the home, and if you want to talk about the one on the road as well, sure.
Yeah, so of course, I'll start with the one inside the house. So we know that Pima County Sheriff's Office responded as it is their jurisdiction, and they investigate. We know from the initial press conference that the sheriff had said, we have a crime scene, and not really giving much more than that. And of course, raises a lot of questions to all of us on the outside, saying, well, give us some indication as what is a crime, what is a obvious crime scene look like? For example, if you have a missing person, are we talking blood? Are we talking ransacking? Are we talking bullet holes? Are we talking a multitude of things to say this house has been disturbed, and so it's an obvious crime scene. Things are broken, etc. So on that part, you don't have.
At least we're hearing the truth.
Fire, which,
you know what I'm saying? At least we're hearing the truth from somebody. Thank you, sir. Thank you for speaking truth, right?
You're going to typically see, for example, if someone was in need of a medical assistance, thereby you have law enforcement and your medical first responders attending, and you got gloves going on and gloves getting tossed, right? And then ultimately, if you have a crime scene process, it's up to the investigators to say, okay, what's ours versus what's foreign, and what should we be collecting as evidence? So in that regard, if this evidence, if this glove is recovered immediately, that you don't have medics responding because you don't have anyone inside that house, then I would say, hey, this is a piece of evidence where we're going to recover. You don't know yet, right, until you start talking to people inside the house to say, for example, does she have a visiting nurse? Does she have anybody that's regularly there, cleaners, etc., that put on latex gloves, and to discard those gloves? So you do have to get some idea that the glove was brought from somebody on the outside, and of course, being one of the abductors or one of the people that had entered into this house illegally. Recover it is always a safe thing, and then you can ask additional questions later. It's when you don't recover something that could be a problem. So in that regard, and then realizing they may have a potential for fingerprint, DNA, any type of hair or fiber, I could see that item being recovered, bagged and tagged, as we say, and immediately sent to a lab. And that would not, to me, change anything, because the FBI has not been involved yet, especially if all this is done within, typically a day, day and a half. And then I'm not really sure when the FBI was contacted, but ultimately, if the evidence was recovered and sent out prior to me, no issues. And so now looking, and then of course, no video was available. At least I believe no video was available prior to the FBI releasing that video. What color was that glove? So was it black or a dark colored glove? And was it consistent with what they now, as we are seeing on the screen, with what this individual has on his hands? Now, of course, it raised the stakes and say, okay, feeling better about it. Let's see what we get back from the lab. With regards to the glove or set of gloves, I've heard two different reports. I can see, so for example, when I put on latex gloves, and I imagine all first responders, I take off one, and being inside of a crime scene or whatnot, I take off the second, and they're kind of paired together. One's inside the other, and then you discard them into an appropriate, what we would, as an evidence response team member, you would bring in a box that is for garbage. Hey, anything that we brought in, anything that's going to be discarded goes into that box so we can remove from the scene. And so is it possible that of all the first responders that have been the investigators, FBI, as well as other local authorities, is it possible that it is a first responder or an investigator that discard those gloves, a delivery person, whatever have you? Nobody's really looking for anything before this crime took.
Well, and plus it can, like I brought up earlier, the glove can literally be a glove. There was medical equipment there. We know there was medical equipment that was taken. It could have been part of medical equipment that was taken. Maybe they took gloves and one fell out. Who knows? Hopefully there's some kind of DNA on it that can lead to the person that took her. But the important key is that it was inside the house, not a glove that's 1.5 miles away that probably has Jimmy Two Tone's DNA in it because he threw it out the side of the road earlier this year or something, In a city of 600,000 people, you're going to find stuff. You're going to find a coffee cup. You're going to find all sorts of stuff, especially 1.5 miles away. The glove inside the house, very key. Very key.
Place. And so you could find a multitude of things. You could find soda cans, bottles, any other type of garbage that's discarded on the side of the street.
Right. This is what we were saying when it first came out, and this is why I was like, come on, man. You're supposed to be sleuthers. You should already know this. But no. We're going to pimp it like it's some huge discovery, and it's not. At least he's speaking the truth, and I appreciate it, because he's like the first one that is actually speaking the truth on this and not trying to pimp it out for some kind of selfish gain.
It's actually when you start looking, you're like, aha. So I don't get too excited by the fact that, hey, some gloves were found not too distant from Nancy Guthrie's house. And then I would be pooling all the investigators saying, hey, we're just going to put out a message before we start down this path. Has anybody recall taking your gloves off and discarding them out the window? Because it's, part of human nature. Hey, maybe I want to toss them in the back of my car. I don't. I toss them outside. And now FBI recovers them. And is it possible evidence, or is it just somebody that discarded garbage? So still be on the safe side, recover them, test. But now you're going to have to ensure, hey, unless you get an immediate hit to somebody that is not in law enforcement and fits some sort of a description of this person going into the house, you might have to be doing some DNA samples of your own people.
Right. So we've been taking live looks at the property.
Well, and I'm going to be honest, I don't know why he didn't say this. That typically takes place in an investigation anyway. That's part of the process of when you're collecting samples is you get samples from the people that were working inside there so you can automatically exclude them. That's why I said a few years ago, the easiest way to get away with a crime is to be a first responder that shows up. Because your DNA automatically gets excluded. You see what I'm saying? It's the best way to get away with a crime.
The time in Arizona, by the way, 6:18, the sun going down. We will let anybody know if we get any updates on the glove, on this potential rift between the federal authorities and the local authorities. As I mentioned, Scott, we've been asking our viewers to send in their questions. And by the way, for anybody who wants to send in a new question, you can still do that. You just scan the QR code on your screen. You go to the Share Now tab, and then...
And I hope he answers the question like the knowledge I broke down to you the last couple days. That camera was small enough to fit in somebody's pocket, and as long as there's the teeniest bit of movement, a fiber that changes direction inside the pocket, that thing is still recording. It is still recording with any slight movement as long as it's at least outside of 20 feet outside the house. It's disconnecting. It's not connected to the Wi-Fi anymore of the house. But up until they leave. So this question right here from Carolyn says, since Nancy's blood was found near the front door, shouldn't there be footage of the kidnapper leaving with her also? Yes. And maybe not footage, but definitely audio. Definitely audio.
And you can, or excuse me, I believe it's the Ask Now tab. And then you open up the Ask Now tab and you can send in your question. You very well may see it on our air. We'll be doing this throughout the night with our analysts and experts. Carolyn in Virginia asks this: since Nancy's blood was found near the front door, shouldn't there be footage of the kidnapper leaving with her also? Obviously, we've been looking at this Google Nest footage. It shows some of the images that this camera took of the suspect. At one point, the person did use a plant to try and obscure the view, and then our understanding is at some point, this camera was disconnected. I know it wasn't exactly easy for authorities to end up getting their hands on the video that was released, Scott. What's the likelihood that there's more?
Yeah, I would totally agree with that. It's a great question, Carolyn. So very much my own question. So you're definitely on that same path of a good investigative mind.
Damn, I was hoping he would answer. I mean, yo, clip it. Right, StreamYard? Clip it. Well, come on, buddy. You should know this already. You should know this already.
I absolutely believe there's additional footage.
Yes,
and so
there is. There is
Google
additional
Nest
footage.
With
guaranteed
at the request of the FBI, did some deep search here and recovered this video. That
they have this person's voice on audio recording. They have their voice. They definitely have their voice. They definitely have the abduction taking place. Audio. Definitely.
I would imagine, not knowing how many cameras are inside or outside the house, but if there were cameras that were in additional places, I would believe there is footage from those cameras as long as somebody passed through, causing, especially if they're motion detected footage. So good question. And the question I had with regards to the individual going up, because of the demeanor, because of the lack of urgency, because of just this kind of nonchalant, almost as if it's just somebody delivering a package, right? There's no harm, no foul. I'm just going to drop something off, and so be it. So my thought, not knowing if there's a timestamp or if somebody has that information that was already given, my thought is, when is this footage that was released to us took place? Was this right when the person arrives on scene, before anybody, if there's more than one, enters into the house? Or is it after the house has been entered, and so thereby one or others going outside to do a perimeter check, no different than law enforcement, to make sure everything is clear? And so thereby, hey, there's a doorbell camera. Let me go and see if I can dislodge that camera. Because if it was the first time somebody coming up to that house, leaving the street and going to the property, how is that person not for a second thinking there's a camera there? It's probably alerting somebody's phone. Is it alerting somebody else's phone outside of this house? And is 911 being dialed and law enforcement going to be responding? That's why I asked that question. Was this the beginning, or is this towards the end of whatever has taken place in that house? So that's why, if that camera is removed, and that's what my belief is, that camera is removed prior to them totally exiting with Ms. Guthrie, and that's why we don't see anything with regards to that video, unless the video is being held by law enforcement.
I kind of disagree. I think that it was ripped off before entry, and I think the blood took place during the struggle to make her go with him. I don't think she even answered the door. I don't even think she came outside. I think he busted in. I don't see her answering the door to a masked individual. She's going to say she's calling the cops. Definitely put it in their pocket and everything's on audio. That's just my opinion. I am in Central time zone, John. Central.
And ultimately,
we're going to listen to Nancy Grace here in a second about why the truck is so important, and then we're going to break down this video real quick after that and find out, is there another individual out there? I'll let you know soon.
Ultimately, somebody took that.
Oh, they're not talking about busting in. I am. That's my. You know what? Tomorrow night, I'll give you the scenario, exactly how everything went down. Tomorrow night.
Doorbell camera on their way out. So there's a couple of questions, because I know there was also another footage without the backpack or the weapon on him. So obviously that camera's been there and capturing different times of when they're there.
Scott Duffy joining us. Scott is a former FBI agent. We appreciate the analysis. We'll talk soon.
All right, so we're going to go to this Nancy Grace clip real quick on Hannity, and she discusses why the truck is so important. We were wondering that this whole show. Why is the truck so important? Let's see what Nancy says. I believe it was forced, for sure. I don't see Nancy opening the door. I really don't.
Now with more on all of tonight's new details, the host of Crime Stories on Fox 1, Nancy Grace. All right, we have both been kind of skirting around.
Well, see, this is I think the break-in, and I'll give you a little sneak peek of what I'm going to be saying tomorrow night, just to answer that question. I think the break-in, they're not going to gain access in the front door. The front door is going to be solidified really good. They couldn't get, Nancy wouldn't answer the door And so I believe the person went to the back of the house. First, okay, I'm going to give you a little tidbit. First, they ripped off the camera off the wall, put it in their pocket, walked to the back of the house after nobody was answering the door, and gained entry from back there. Now, whether that's a sliding door, whether that's a French door, whether that's a window, that's where they gained entry. Bust a window, put your hand through it, unlock the door lock, and go inside. You're not going to see the breaking into the property because, you know, we can examine the drone footage and see if there's any signs of break-ins. We can definitely do that. I know it's not going to be on the front. It might be on the back. Let me write that down. Maybe we can do some of that tomorrow night. Drone footage, signs of break-in. So we'll do that tomorrow night. I was thinking about doing a show tomorrow afternoon, a little surprise, non-scheduled. I'm not positive, but I might be on around lunch or, you know, a little bit after that, just as a heads up. If you don't get a noti, you might see me live tomorrow in the afternoon, and you might see me digging through that drone footage tomorrow. So take a look around 12, 1 o'clock Central and see if we're live. If you don't get a noti, and, you know, maybe we'll be digging into that too. All right, let's see what Nancy says about this truck, and then we're going to dig in to the Nest Cam footage to see if there was a second abductor or some kind of signal person or something, a lookout, whatever. We're gonna take a look at that.
Nancy Grace. All right. We have both been kind of skirting around the issue. We have talked about it privately. I have told you my FBI sources were very clear to me that local authorities, and I'm not talking about rank and file. I want to be very clear. The leadership did not want them there. There has been a turf war. There has been this feeling of bigfooting. But taking a glove and sending it to a private lab in Florida instead of the FBI headquarters in Quantico, really?
Speak.
There are cases where DNA is sent to a
There you go, She-Raid. There's some of the drone footage of a link I'm going to send you after we're done with Nancy. I'll send you guys 2 links. I'm going to drop one link. It's going to have that drone footage night vision that you're seeing in the background right there. The other link is going to be the daytime drone footage. Why don't you sleuth it out before I sleuth it out tomorrow, and you can come in the show and help me out. There's one link. I'll drop them here in a second once this video's done.
particular lab, a specialty lab, a lab that could have an expertise in diluted, destroyed, old, degenerated DNA. But even if that's why he's hanging his hat on an excuse to send it to a private lab in Florida, they don't have anything that the FBI doesn't have. So that's not going to wash. And I want to tell you something, Sean. I've tried many DNA cases. I've tried many cases without DNA. You can use up DNA if you have a small amount, which comes from touch DNA. It's not like blood or sperm where you may have a lot of DNA and a very small amount of fluid, but you have a lot of DNA. Touch DNA?
Whoa, Nancy.
No. If there is it hurts me to think of this. If there is a small amount of DNA inside one of those gloves and it is sent to a lab for testing, that DNA could be used up in the testing.
Yes, because you cannot retest DNA that's already been tested. That's why it makes no sense why you're not using the federal resources and technology to find the person or persons that has Nancy. Very selfish, Mr. Nanos. And I'm sorry. We're going to see Mr. Nanos stepping down here within the next week. There's another freeze for you. Mr. Nanos will be stepping down within the next week. You heard it here first. Watch.
It's very hard to regenerate DNA for testing purposes. So what I'm saying is, if that lab in Florida uses up that touch DNA,
Gone.
it's over.
Yep.
Does he not realize what he is risking? He needs to go back
He's
to his
an idiot.
basketball game.
Yeah, he's an idiot.
And let the feds handle this in Quantico.
Yes.
But it's done. It is done. And I can't tell you the difference DNA makes in a case.
It's ridiculous.
That's the number one thing right now. Second is the vehicle. Trucks.
Yes.
The feds are looking for trucks.
Yes.
A gray truck in particular.
Ooh,
They're asking
gray truck.
everyone within a 2-mile radius to pull video and have they seen a truck? Have they seen a gray truck? And do
Gray
they
truck.
own a truck? And do they know somebody that does own a truck? Why did they focus on a truck? Because apparently a truck has been picked up on video surveillance around questionable times. Now,
Yeah. So now you have the holster and a gray truck. Brother, they are probably already on your tail. I'm just telling you right now. They're not coming out and telling us, but I'm telling you all. I know how this shit goes down. They are already on the trail. I guarantee it. I guarantee that somebody has already placed a call. I guarantee somebody already placed a call. I guarantee they are a few steps behind, and over the next couple days, they are going to catch up. They're going to catch up. I feel it right now. They are on their trail. They are on their trail. You got a couple days, kidnapper. You got a couple more days. And then Sheriff Nanos is going to resign after that.
if you look at times at which
It's coming.
they are searching, they're looking at a date back in January, 3 weeks before the incident, and they're looking at the time a day before the incidents. One is daytime, one is night. They're looking at surveillance video, and I think they've seen a gray truck surveilling the home in daytime conditions and nighttime conditions. Why do we need the vehicle? Nancy Guthrie was bleeding, and I don't care how much they clean that vehicle, they're not going to get rid of all the blood.
Right.
A vehicle makes all the difference.
I said it.
Do I have to say
Exactly.
Brian Kohberger? We know the DNA helped the case, crack the case, but it all started with an ID of an Elantra, and white Elantra, and that went over to WSU, Washington State University in Pullman, their local deputy dog at the campus police. He ran a white Elantra, and Kohberger's name came up at the get-go. Then you've got Molly Tibbetts, a young woman, jogging, college student. You know how they apprehended that perp? Because of a black Chevy Malibu caught on video. That's how important this gray truck is tonight. That and the DNA are what we need to focus on. We've got a physical description. It's loose.
Yeah, very loose. Yeah.
5'9", 5'10", 5'11", dark hair, did have a mustache, did have facial hair, probably not anymore.
Right.
But it's the DNA that will carry the day. And another thing, why I think they were looking at Carlos Palazuelos, I believe what you and I talked about on night one, Sean.
Ooh, what's up?
Cellular analysis survey team, I think they picked up Palazuelos' cell phone in and out of that neighborhood.
That's interesting because that can get you a warrant really quick. Oh, this makes you know how it did you know how it didn't make sense? We're gonna be watching the video tomorrow night. You know how it didn't make sense? How he was like, they just pulled me over, they didn't ask me questions, they asked me my name and put me in the back of the car. And then they just let me go. They didn't even ask me questions. That's a tactic. That is a tactic. Look, we know that you were in the area. We know that you were in the area. Now we're going to put pressure on you real quick, let you go, make you think that we made a mistake, and then you're going to start calling or meeting up with said person. I love the FBI. They're so crafty. They're so crafty. I love it. The mental games that they play with these criminals. Alleged speculation. I'm not saying that Mr. Carlos is, but what I'm saying is if it comes to this data, cell phone data. Well, here's the thing with the cell phone data, even with that case, 30 blocks. So it's not like you can pinpoint somebody at a specific house. But the dude lives over an hour away. The dude lives an hour to an hour and a half away. He's not just going to be going to drive by 30 blocks away. So that with Idaho, it's a different kind of story because they're wanting the cell phone to show that he was actually at the house and not at the Walmart 30 blocks away. But with this instance, the dude lives an hour and a half away. If you're door dashing for your job, you're not going to drive that far to DoorDash. You're going to want to stick in your zone and only be 5-10 minutes. If you do go out of your zone, you only want to be 5 or 10 minutes out of your zone. You definitely don't want to go out of that zone. So if you are door dashing like he says he is, you're going to be within a 20 to 30 minute area where you're sticking to. You're not driving an hour and a half away to go drop off an order. You're not doing it. Okay. So if the cell phone, like Nancy says, if the cell phone data was showing that this person was in the area during those key times, because it shows the time and the radius of a location, general area, that right there will get you that warrant real quick. That right there means that this person could have been a lookout. That right there, CJ, do you think there was a second person or a lookout with that video? Well, let me break it down. Guess what? This right here, if this is true with the cast data and all this other stuff, and there is a connection, then you guys are correct. Whoever thinks that the kidnapper was motioning or signaling somebody, quote, a lookout, because then maybe it was Carlos. Very interesting tidbit there. Oh, so there it is. She knows it for a fact. Hold on one second. I forgot it didn't switch. They are working the cell phone data angle. Check this out. So hello. Maybe what you're seeing right here in this video of the kidnapper looking back was him looking back at the lookout. Very interesting.
The day. And another thing, why I think they were looking at Carlos Palazuelos, I believe what you and I talked about on night one, Sean.
Wow.
Cast cellular analysis survey team, I think they picked up Palazuelos' cell phone in and out of that neighborhood, identified him, and then swooped in and got him. So they are working the phone angle. I know that for a fact.
Well, right. And Carlos, if he is part of it, he's going to go home and go, see, they don't think I had nothing to do with it. Hey, Jimmy, we're good, man. No, they picked me up. They brought me in. They didn't even ask me questions. I didn't even have to try and lie to them. So there was no way for them to even see if I was lying, bro. Yeah, man. Yeah, they just picked me up real quick, searched my stuff. They didn't find nothing. And which they were probably looking for the blood. That's what they were probably doing. They were probably looking at all of the items in my car, Jimmy, looking for blood, but they didn't find any, man, because we didn't use that vehicle, did we? No, we didn't. We used that truck. But guess what? They don't think I had anything to do with it, bro. So we're good. We're golden. We're set. Meanwhile, FBI is sitting there going, all right, we got him. Man, I love the FBI. They're so freaking smart. I love it. I love it. I wish I could be a part of it.
I know without the FBI there, they never would have gotten that videotape. And the Pima County Sheriff even said early on in a press conference that they would not have no access to any videotapes. He did say that. I hate this turf war thing. The glove seems to be the main thing. Do you remember early on?
I
there
don't
was
think it's
one
turf
neighbor
war or
that
anything.
reported that in the days leading up to this abduction, that there was a white truck, white, gray, I don't know, different, but maybe close enough, that had been on the street, which seemed out of place. Maybe we go back to that point and maybe we find that white truck.
Wow.
Well, interesting something that you brought up about that white vehicle. And that was, it was parked in the neighborhood. Nobody could identify it as being theirs. Didn't know whose it was. And if it was a repair person, it had no logo on the side, on the back, nothing. So what was it and why was it there? And again, there is no coincidence in criminal law. And
Nope.
if that white or gray vehicle was parked on the street and people had noticed it days in advance before Nancy Guthrie was kidnapped, and now they're looking for a gray vehicle, I think that's very probative, Sean.
Yeah. All right. So the glove, hopefully we get the DNA. Hopefully they might get a match. And hopefully the FBI and local law enforcement can put aside their differences and their egos and work together for the good of finding Nancy Guthrie.
Yeah, hopefully they can. All right, let me share those two links with you guys real quick. So the first link that I'm going to share with you is the drone footage that is night vision. Okay, so let me see here. Excuse me. So go ahead and click on this link, save it to your save, watch later, chill videos, whatever playlist you have, or just hit play and play it and get it in your history feed, and then you can come right back in the same history feed because you're watching the show. That's probably the easiest. And then you can save it to a playlist when we're done, or you can save it to one now and just come on back. But that history feed is probably the best way because you not only can just easily click back to this, but you can easily click to the links there. So here's the first one. This one right here. This Discord right here, or I'm sorry. The Discord, it'll be when we're doing live calls. You just have Discord on your whatever device you have. And then when we're doing live calls, we'll drop a link for the live call stuff. This link right here is the drone video. That is night vision. All right, and then this is going to be a drone video link that actually I'll wait a minute just in case anybody clicks on it and then goes and does that. In the meantime, let me pull up let me pull up the videos we're going to get into here. Give me 1 second, and then I'll drop the other link. Okay. Dun, 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 dun. I love this song. All right, where did I put it? Where's it at? Okay, right here. All right, so I got 4 different zooms. Okay, I got the regular, and then I got 4 different zooms we're going to be digging into. Let me see here. No, I got 3 zooms and the regular. So we'll check out the regular. We'll go through the regular first. After we go through the regular, then we'll go through each zoom. And I'll still probably do other other videos in the meantime throughout tonight and tomorrow before we do the next show. But keep in mind, I might be doing a surprise non-scheduled live tomorrow around 1 o'clock Central. So just search up the name EvilleCJ and see if we're live around then. I'm sure we're going to be talking about some more updates that are coming out, and plus the stuff that we're hearing tonight. I'm sure there's going to be more stuff coming out about this quote turf war between Pima County Sheriff's Office and well, I should say specifically Nanos and the FBI. Okay, so we're going to go to the regular one first. Also, I'm going to drop the link now. If you are back, I'm going to drop the link for the drone video, and this is drone video during the daytime. I will be digging into that video, trying to see if there are any signs of forced entry. And trust me, it's why I dig into the footage, because I got that eye. So I will find it if it exists. Okay, so let's switch to this video. 1 second. All right, switch. Okay, so let's go ahead and pull this up. Now I'm going to go full screen so you guys can see the whole thing. And then we're going to kind of look at it. Now, I need to move me. Let's move me over here. All right, so we'll move me over here. Okay, so this is gonna be the original. So we're gonna check this out. Yeah, no problem. All right, so we're gonna check this out real quick. Okay, so here's a zoom one. Very stiff with the movement. I really feel like there's something that weighs quite a bit in that backpack. Very stiff movement. Like you don't want to throw off your center of gravity. All right, let's go back to this here. Walks out, and this is the spot. Let's see here. So you know what I just noticed? You know what I just noticed? And I think you're correct, Rosie. Check this out. I just noticed this, and you guys will notice this too. As he's bending down to pick up the flowers, he's flashing a Morse code. Or that kind of effect. You see what I'm saying? You see him flash, flash, flash. It stops. Flash, flash. You see, watch it now. I'm going to rewind it. We're going to dig through different zooms, so you're going to see it even closer. But watch as he bends down. Not that he's doing any kind of looking up, but he does look up. But he's actually picking it up, looking down. Flash, 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 flash. Watch this. Flash, 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 flash. He's flashing a light. that light he has in his mouth, he can bite down and turn it on and off. Whoa. Hold on 1 second. Let me see here.
Hello, hello, hello.
1 second. All right. Why didn't it go in order? One moment. It was supposed to go in order. Okay, let's go to Zoom 2. Let's go to Zoom 2. Okay. So we got them all right here. So let's go to Zoom 2. I'm definitely going to work more on this for tomorrow. I never noticed this. Watch. Flash, 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 flash. It's already really late, and I apologize because, trust me, come back tomorrow. I'm more than likely, after I'm seeing this, you guys, after I'm seeing this, I'm like, damn, I might have to just show up at 1 o'clock Central PM tomorrow, because I'm like, man, I really I want to figure out what this Morse code is. I think it's a Morse code, you guys. I think it's a Morse code about I also wondered about, there's more than, there's a bunch. I just have to dig into the footage even more to figure out the Morse code, the dots, the patterns. I need to figure out, because one dot missing or added can throw the whole thing in it. You know what I mean? I really need to break this stuff down tomorrow and figure out the Morse code. Once I figure out the Morse code, then I can figure out what the message is. Yeah, I got to see if it's 3 flash. It's more than 3, but 3 in a row. Trust me, oh man, I wish I didn't have to get off here in a few, but damn. I would be up all night, you guys, if I could. I apologize. I wish I could. But we got, regular life. Oh man. All right. Let's look at this some more. I'm going to work on some more videos. I can't tonight, but I'm going to work on some more videos tomorrow. I might be able to do it before the show in the afternoon. I should be able to. Let me go to Zoom 3. Yeah, for everybody, what I'll do is I'll play the different Zooms, and I'll take the chat box away, okay? Because I'm seeing stuff that you guys might not be able to, so I will, here, let me do this. I'll just take it away right now. Hold on. All right, there we go. Now I have these videos. If you guys want me to upload them, let me know and I'll upload them for you guys, and you guys can use them if you want to. I'm going to be working on, these are just quick little things that I did before the show tonight, just to dig into tonight. but I'm really gonna bust my ass on these video edits, so I can really find out what is this message. But I just made these real quick before the show so I could damn. Okay, so hold on. Give me 1 second. I need to make one edit. 1 second. I gotta make one. Just one. Give me one moment. Just give me a few minutes here, please. Just give me a few moments, please. I apologize. But it will be worth it before we end the show. Trust me. Sorry, it's taken me a little bit longer than I expected. All right, let me see here. Okay, probably 3 to 4 minutes. I apologize. Maybe I should have just waited to do just 3 or 4 minutes. I just got done with one, and I'm gonna be doing just a very slight adjustment for another one that's gonna actually go on it's going to add to the one that we're going to look at. All right. And then I need to do okay. All right, and I need to try, let's see. All right, we need to try okay, there we go. Okay. Sorry about that. All right, so now I just have to, because StreamYard won't let me or let people play videos from the computer right now. I mean, I can try. Let me try and see if they fixed it. If not, I have to upload them to YouTube real quick, which will only take a second. So let me do that, and then I will try to just play the video straight up. That way, if the video don't play straight up, then I can go to the upload, which is already uploaded. So let me select. All right, we got two of them. We got this one. Okay. Okay. Zoom 4. Okay, and then we got a Zoom 4 alternate, which I think I did some manipulations on it, and I think it might actually show the flashes even better. So let me see, number 4. Okay, there's that. And I appreciate you guys' patience as I'm doing this. I really do. But I think it's gonna like really help, especially the alternate Zoom 4. I think is gonna, if my idea works. Let me see here. Okay, so there's Zoom 4. Now I need to upload Zoom 4 alternate. Zoom 4 alternate. Okay. And if anybody wants me, because these are just unlisted personal stuff that I was just uploading for the show, because StreamYard isn't allowing us to play videos from a video, from a file, because of some kind of bug. So you have to upload them to YouTube. But if anybody wants a particular Zoom version, let me know, whether it's in live chat or comments, and I will go ahead and upload those, or not upload them, but make them public for anybody that would like to try and use them to try and figure it out as well. Okay, so now that that's done, let me get out of this. Let's see. Let me see if this will work. I think the alternate version is going to show the actual flashes, baby. Ooh, let's see. I don't know. I might have to, I think maybe I might have to do some more tweaking, but we'll see. I'll give you an idea of where I'm kind of going here. Thank you so much for the kind words, She-Ray. I appreciate that. All right, let's go. Whoops. All right, let's go full screen here. Okay, so will it let me do it? Let's see. Window. It's working! Oh my god, but it sucks because it's got this freaking bar over here. Okay, so this is the one that was taking me a little long. I was doing some manipulation and stuff on it. Hopefully it'll actually... Hold on. I might have to use the YouTube video. Oh, it is. It is. Okay. I definitely got to do some more manipulation on that. Hold on. I definitely have to do some more manipulation on that. Let me let's see. Let's go back to this here. Let's see, share. Okay. Man, I can almost see it better on the StreamYard screen than I can on my own. Damn. What's up, Yoli? What's up, Leslie Billy? And thank you, She-Raid, for the kind words. Yes, I just need to... Okay. I need to do... I still got a bunch more work to do, but you could... Look at that. You could definitely see the frickin' flashes, baby. Yes. 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 It's gonna work. It's gonna work. I just need to... I need to, like, mess with... I need to mess with it a little bit more, and I bet you I can get the exact flashes clear as day. I still need to do some manipulate, some twisting, you know, the... all the different settings. I still need to mess with it, but I will do that. And maybe we'll do it on the... Maybe I'll just do it, you know... I got to do it. I can't do it tonight. I was going to do it before a show tomorrow if I hop on in the afternoon, but honestly, I might just do it live. I'll just do it live. I mean, because it's going to take me, you know, a while to do it, so I'll just do it live, and we'll just kind of go through each one together, and then each one that I'm going through is going to be documented on a live stream, so therefore I can go back to it, to my live stream, and see, you know what I'm saying? I'll just make sure that for the episode when I am doing this stuff, just, you know, keep in mind, I love having the chat on the screen. It's something that means a lot to me. That's why I make my layovers to adjust for that. But while I'm doing this stuff live tomorrow, I'm not going to have chat on because we're going to have to see it all. Okay, let me try this one. This is Zoom number 4 without This is the regular Zoom 4. Hold on. Let's see what this one looks like real quick. All right. Is it not screen share? Oh, there it is. No, it shows up better on that other version. It shows up way better on the alternate. Yeah, it's hard to you can see it, but it's hard to see some of it. Like some of it gets blurred. So definitely, yeah, I'm not even going to waste my time with these versions anymore. I'm going to work on the other one. I got to do some different settings too. But I think tomorrow, like I'll just do it live. I'm just gonna tell you, I'm gonna go live tomorrow afternoon for sure. Probably be around 1 o'clock Central. No, I'm not gonna have a notification out until sometime in the morning. Okay, that's when I'll have a better idea. If I'm gonna, like I don't want to say a time and then I gotta bump a show back or something. You know what I mean? I know people are busy, so um, but I'll have a notification out in the morning sometime tomorrow. I'm going to try and go live around 1 p.m. Central, and I'm going to edit and work on this footage, and I'm going to tweak it some more, and I'm going to try and get it to where it's a great balance where we can actually see every freaking flash, how long, how many. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't think it was an SOS. I don't think it was. Because if it was an SOS, I would just, hey buddy, if I need your help, then I'm just gonna flash 2 times at you or something. I'm not gonna click, 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 click. You know what I mean? So I feel like it's not a SOS. It's a different kind of message, a different kind of signal. And I'm just gonna go ahead once we go live. I'm gonna edit it live. And then as I'm doing different edits and as we're going through them, as I'm working on them, while I'm working on one, I'll let another one replay over and over and over for you. So you can sit there and watch that while I'm working on another edit. And then it's going to take a little bit of work, but I bet that I can get this to where it's a good balance between seeing it clearly and it not blending in with different things, because that's when it comes to these filters and the different exposures and all of the different things that you tweak. It takes time, but you find that good balance, and then all of a sudden you're like, whoa, this shows everything. We are going to figure out, and I promise you, we are going to figure out this message. We are going to figure it out. Guaranteed. Then we're going to be back tomorrow night, 9:30 p.m. Central. So tomorrow you're going to get 2 doses of me. You're going to get early afternoon, and you're going to get an evening dose of me tomorrow. So we'll be having Rosie tomorrow night, 9:30 p.m. Central. Look for me tomorrow around 1 o'clock p.m. Central, somewhere around there. And let's do this together, Let's figure this shit out. If Pima County doesn't want to do any kind of work on it, F them. We're here. We're laced up. We're ready to go. I love you guys. Thanks for being here. It really means a lot to me. You know, that 6 month break really um, lost a lot of subs. About uh, yeah, it's about 700 subs, maybe 800. I lost from the break. I just needed a break, and it was a lot longer break than I even thought it would be. But it's something that was needed, and YouTube has not been kind because they don't even care to really promote us anymore because we haven't been on for so long. So it really would mean a lot if you do share it out, let people know. Have them come back and join us tomorrow while we dig through the camera footage. Have them come back tomorrow night and when we have Rosie on the show as well. And just have a good night. Stay safe. Thank you for being here. Thank you for your support. Thank you for checking out the channel if you're new. Thank you for subscribing if you're new. And just thanks for hanging out. It means a lot. I could do the easy thing and just upload videos and just, but that's just not my gig. That's not my style. I do uploads, but really it's just live content because I love being able to have all of this together and we can figure this stuff out together because I'm not the smartest person in the room and I definitely need a community. And so once we have a community on the same path, it's nothing but beauty. And so it means a lot to me that you're here to experience that and share that with us. Appreciate you. Love you guys. Please stay safe. Hit the like if you haven't yet. And come back tomorrow. Love me 2 times tomorrow because I'll be here twice. Appreciate you. And we'll see you on the next one.